I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were addressing me. Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, I'm just following up on a comment that you made with regards to Senate Bill 948.
This language that has been submitted and that you are.
Right, it looks like everyone's making their way over. We are technically in a practice session, but it seems we're streaming on YouTube, and I will begin this meeting officially when the shares are both in. I think I see Representative Lamar. Roland, if you could just wave to me or unmute yourself.
Yep, I'm in.
Okay, I will start the webinar. If you just give me 15 seconds for it to roll. All right, Mr. Chair, we are now live. The waiting rooms are populating. I believe DOT is first on our list of public speakers. They have about 7 or 8 members with them, so it may take a minute for them to all log in.
No problem. All right, Phil, I'm going to get us started, and then if you can continue to let people in from DOT as they come into the meeting, that'd be great. And we'll kick off with Commissioner Gilletti and his team as soon as we're ready. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Transportation Committee's public hearing for March 3rd. This is the third of our 4 scheduled public hearings before the Transportation Committee. We have, again, a robust agenda before us. With about 50 folks who've signed up to testify. We're joined by the Commissioner of the Department of Transportation and a number of deputy commissioners. They'll be kicking off our public hearing today. We will proceed for about up to an hour with that group, and then we'll turn to the public on the number of issues before our committee today. With that being said, is there any comments, Representative Carney or Senator Summers, you'd like to make at the beginning?
Nope, just looking forward to a good public hearing today. We obviously have a lot of various issues on the agenda, so looking forward to hearing from the public.
And I'm not seeing, I know a number of folks are in public health, the Judiciary Committee, and other committees across the building today. So as folks come in, you'll see them on the screen. All of the materials that we have for public hearing today, either the video recording on YouTube or the submitted materials via email, or the public hearing testimony that we will receive will be available to all members moving forward after this. With that, Mr. Clerk, I see Commissioner Gilletti and Deputy Commissioner Rolfe and Deputy Commissioner Ucolito, and I don't know, is that Pam in there as well, or Ann? I can't see in the bottom corner, but I think we have a lot of folks who are in the room. I don't know if there's anyone else from the commissioner's team that he is awaiting to sign in.
All set.
So commissioner's all set. So Commissioner, we're going to start off with you today. Welcome to the Transportation Committee. Good to see you again. Thank you for bringing your team with you. We have a number of issues on our agenda today that we'll like to get your input on.
Sure.
Mainly the bill offered by the Department of Transportation for review. So thank you, Commissioner, for joining us.
Thank you. And if it's okay, can I read my opening statement?
Of course.
Very good. Good morning to Chairman Casano, Chairman Lamar, Ranking Members Summers and Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. Can you hear me okay? Okay. I am Joe Giletti, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. I'd like to thank the committee for raising 3 bills on behalf of the DOT. House Bill 6484, which is an act concerning recommendations by the department. House Bill 6486, which is an act concerning automated driving systems equipped vehicles. And Senate Bill 920, an act concerning public-private partnership. We have submitted written comments, so I will briefly share some highlights. First on House Bill 6484. In terms of safety, the traveling public is our #1 priority, which is why the department is again proposing legislation to require the use of rear seatbelts. Rear seatbelts reduce fatalities, and according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, backseat 3-point seatbelts are 54% effective in reducing fatalities in all crashes when compared to unrestrained backseat occupants. Section 7 and 8 of the bill will assist the department in modernizing our current bus contracting process and address a recent court ruling. The department is permitted under 13B-34 to contract for bus service, while under 13B-80, private operators can operate bus routes under route-specific certificates. For more than 40 years, the department contracted for almost all fixed route bus service in Connecticut, whether they were covered by a certificate or not, in order to subsidize the shortfall in revenue as private bus companies could no longer operate those routes at a profit. A recent court ruling determined that each bus company which enters into a contract with the department under 13B-34 must obtain a certificate under 13B-80. The court's ruling would require the department to issue a certificate for each of the approximately 200 routes operated under contract for the department. The agency has proposed this amendment to allow the department to continue its past practice of the last 40 years to contract for subsidized routes without added regulatory burden of having to issue a certificate under 13B-80. The requirement that a contractor obtain a certificate, which requires the contractor to demonstrate a need for service, is duplicative of the commissioner's determination of a need for contracted service under 13B-34. Private carriers who possess certificates will not be affected by this proposal since they currently operate under contract with the department and are paid a management fee in addition to all their expenses. They are not compensated based on ridership. The department welcomes any private carrier who possesses a certificate to provide bus service for the citizens of the state without a department subsidy. Finally, the department is always looking for ways to create efficiencies and find a better way of conducting business internally, and a number of our proposals in House Bill 6484 reflect this ongoing effort. Section 1 will increase the minimum value requiring State Property Review Board approval from $5,000 to $10,000, which will decrease the department's project delivery time and time a property owner must wait to be paid after an agreement is agreed on acquisition. Sections 5 and 6 will improve a consultant selection process by making the consultant evaluations yearly and providing an additional month for pre-qualification review by the department. And on the regulatory front, Section 10 will reduce or eliminate the waiting period for new taxi applicants. Section 11 will streamline the process of revoking stagnant livery permits or livery. And Section 12 will streamline the application process and remove barriers to enter the household goods carriers industry. Section 18 will modernize 2 existing highway sign programs into 1 combined program that will provide more opportunity for businesses to advertise at more locations on limited access highways under a simplified program. And Section 19 streamlines the program administration under the Freight Rail Material Program by establishing a materials pickup location. House Bill 6486 seeks to update Connecticut's existing automated vehicle statute to better reflect national best practices implemented in other states for the safe testing and operation of automated driving systems on public highways. The changes proposed will remove barriers to the automated driving industry and provide a more flexible framework for the industry to do business in Connecticut. And lastly, Senate Bill 920 amends the current P3 statutes to enhance the state's ability to utilize P3 agreements in designing, developing, financing, constructing, operating, and maintaining projects. Thank you for your time, and the team and I will gladly take any questions you have.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your time and for bringing a number of these issues before the committee. Some of them that you brought before the committee in the past, and some that we're to have the opportunity to discuss again moving forward. I'd be remiss if I didn't, before we get started, ask one of your members there. I see it looks to be, I think his name is Mr. Leone. Mr. Leone, maybe you'd like to expound upon the department's position on tolls this year, if
I'm sure with the support of the committee, we can move it forward.
Order.
Thank you. So I do appreciate the number of comments that our committee members will have about a number of the issues you have before you. Like you've mentioned, we've seen a number of these issues before. We are now dealing with an increase in traffic fatalities across the state and country. And I know a number of the issues that you are talking about, we are also talking about as a committee as well. I want a number of the initiatives that the department has taken over the last months and year to move our state forward. So I appreciate all of the work that you have done. And we've talked about this before. I really am impressed by the way that you've handled the COVID challenges for your department, for your workers, for your staff, but also securing the federal dollars necessary to keep so much of our departments operational. And so I really appreciate it.
But it's listed you guys from Jackie Care. And it was
Bill, could you do a quick mute
sent to
all?
Lori's office, even though I'm here now, and I'm trying to figure out who should I cut.
I think I have it. Hold on. There we go. With that, I have a number of questions from committee members. We'll start first with Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony. I think, this is a very comprehensive bill, and I pretty much, as of right now, seem to agree with most of it. The only, I guess it's not so much a question, but if you could just explain section 7 and 8 and why you need it or why you're requesting it and maybe the history behind it. To me, this issue has been quite confusing. And I know that the private bus companies are going to have a different view on this than you. So if you could just explain that section a little more detail, why you're requesting it and maybe some of the history behind it.
Sure. And before I turn it over to Richie Andreski, who's actually been involved with the court process on this, I did testify on this last year. It's a situation. We are the only state in the country that is still using certificates. We haven't really used them. They're old, they're outdated, and we've basically been told by the courts, it's our own fault that we're in the situation that we're in. But Rich, do you want to give a little bit of the history and where we are with the court case?
Sure. Good morning. Rich Andreski, Bureau Chief for Public Transportation. I'll try to be as clear as I can about this. It is a confusing arrangement. The 13B80 statute was in place long before public transportation. These bus routes in Connecticut were considered public transportation. They were private routes. They were franchises, so to speak, at the time, and they were wholly operated and funded by the private sector. Sometime in the 70s and early 1980s, there was a transition from there was a transition from routes and bus services being operated as a private enterprise to services being contracted and operated with taxpayer funding. And at the time, hindsight's 2020, at the time, those certificates should have been retired just to clean up any potential for confusion. We have been doing business under 13B34, the commissioner's authority to contract for service. And the bus routes that operate today, without exception, across the state of Connecticut, branded as CT Transit and CT Transit Express and CT Fast Track, are provided under 13B34 contracts. And those contracts, you heard in the commissioner's testimony, cover 100% of the operating costs. the revenue is collected from riders and deposited into a state account, and then the state or DOT reimburses the providers of service. We have been tied up in court for some time over these legacy certificates that still exist. What we've done is gone through an exhaustive review of the certificates through the court process and looked at the routes being operated today versus the routes in the certificates. And the routes don't match. So the first part of this is the routes that are in these historic certificates don't actually match the routes being operated today. New streets, new turns, new highways have been built. So these documents over the years should have been if the supposition of the private carriers were that these certificates give them unique rights, the certificates should have been updated throughout the years, but they haven't been. And further, what the court decided in 2019 is that the certificates themselves are not exclusive, meaning the DOT can issue, we have the authority to issue certificates to any provider of bus service. So if other carriers come forward, including our contractors, come forward and ask for a certificate, we can issue that certificate for the same route. What we're concerned about here and what we're trying to clarify these two statutes, the 13B80 and the 13B34 statute, is that all things being equal, if we have to move forward on issuing new certificates, we have 180 bus routes in the state, with each of those bus routes having multiple variations, and very frequently bus routes change due to detours or new markets that we're serving. This will become a very, very cumbersome administrative burden for the department. They're not necessary. The court has said we need to do certificates because the statutes are unclear and they've interpreted the two statutes together. So unless the legislature acts to clarify the relationship between the two statutes, we are going to be faced with just this ongoing administrative burden to administer the certificates. And we're very concerned about that. We're concerned about our ability to keep pace with those requests. We're also concerned about creating potential avenues for future litigation. We issue these certificates going forward to many providers across the state. We are going to have to keep track, and we're concerned about down the road being faced with other new novel complaints or litigation. So I don't know if I did my job there to explain that, but we just want to be clear that when the state is fully funding a service through a contract, that a certificate is not necessary. And I'll just clarify that should any provider come forward and say they can do it at no cost to the state, we would immediately step away and allow that provider to operate that service at their own expense and at their own with their own financial resources.
So Rich, the only thing I want to add to what you're saying right now is you mentioned that the operating costs are covered under our agreements. It's not only the operating cost, it's the capital cost, it's the maintenance cost, it's profit and overhead. We pay everything for these operations. Now, these all used to be borne by the private companies. When they all went into, what I'll call problems over being able to make it, that's when it became that they started getting subsidies. The problem is that when we went to subsidies, which everybody went to, that's not uncommon, that all over it's gone to. But we kept a thing on the books that said, oh, we have these certificates that were very, very well delineated, turn by turn, for where the bus was supposed to go. They're ineffective. We wouldn't even be able to change a route based on demand under the certificate without issuing another certificate. So in effect, the courts are telling us it's our own, situation that we brought into by not eliminating these certificates. And besides, the other thing I would add is if a company, and you mentioned we would gladly welcome it, it goes beyond gladly welcoming it. We could not operate a system if a private carrier said that they can go and do it without a public assistance on it. They have the rights to go and do that, and we cannot expend any federal funds on it because we're precluded from doing that because of the way that the federal rules are set up on it. So if I've said anything wrong, now is the chance to go and correct me, Rich. You're muted, so you gotta say, yeah, you're okay.
No, all good, Commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, well, I really appreciate that, Rich and Commissioner Giletti, for that explanation. You know, it is certainly somewhat of a confusing issue.
Yes,
So you have clarified a lot of things for me and hopefully for the committee as well. So with that, I don't have any further questions. So thank you
well,
again.
thank you. And thank you for the question, because I appreciate an opportunity to clarify it, because, you know, there's a lot of misperception out there. And what we're trying to do right now is keep the open competition for bidding and everything else there on the table and be able to go and do it that way and modify routes as it makes sense to go and do it.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Senator Kissel, followed by Representative Michelle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Giuliani and Pam Sakato, it's not a question. I just want to say thank you for all that you've done here in North Central Connecticut lately, especially in Windsor Locks, and with the really good news that we're going to get a train platform here in Enfield, Connecticut. That seems to have been expedited, and your Department of Transportation took that on. And for a while, it looked like it wasn't going anywhere, but now it seems like it's on a fast track, no pun intended. But I just want to say thank you.
Oh, it's been a great partnership, Senator. I appreciate you sending that out, but from the minute that they first went to approach us with it, obviously we're trying to do everything we can, including going after federal funds for it. So thank you for the acknowledgement on it.
You bet, Commissioner. You're doing a great job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Kissel. And I'll just highlight, like, that's a great example of a community working well with the Department of Transportation, trying to identify what the real needs of the community are, real opportunities are. Like the local officials in Enfield did an extraordinary job working with DOT on that. So we're in a really good spot there because of that collaboration. And I appreciate the department's leadership on that. Representative Michelle, followed by Representative Chafee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Department of Transportation team. Nice to see you, Carlo. I have some questions. I have a ton of questions for SB 920, but for the sake of time and respect to my colleagues, I'll try to keep it to just a few basic questions. Regarding SB 920, since the public-private partnership language became effective, I think in 2012, how many P3 projects have been implemented by the state of Connecticut?
I missed the end. Did you say how many P3 projects has the state had?
Yes.
Because what I'll start with is the most successful one that we have is what's going on the highways with the plazas. Now, that was a public-private partnership long before I came here, and it's been extremely successful. There's some that are modeling themselves that may be an opportunity going forward, such as some of the work that's been done in New Haven, you know, where we both have an opportunity to put property into it and have a P3 go forward. Beyond that, is there anybody online that wants to turn around and mention whether or not we have any others that we would point to go and say that they, you know, I would call it that it's relatively in its infancy in terms of the number of P3, and what we're trying to do is set it up that it can be easier to do going forward. Ann, anything you want to add on that?
No, but Mark's on it.
Mike, go ahead.
Commissioner, yeah, I did want to
Mark.
maybe just make.
Yeah, Mike. Okay, how are you, Mark?
This is Mark Rolfe, Deputy Commissioner. Just a point of clarification, the Service Plaza work was done some number of years ago.
Yeah.
To the best of my knowledge, it was not done under the P3 statute. It was done under different statutory authority, but it does operate very similar to what you would envision a P3.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that answers the questions. I don't believe there has been any P3 projects since we put it into law. I think the language mentioned something, a maximum of 5, and we haven't used one yet. The current
not only haven't we used one, Representative, but there hasn't been a single proposal. So it's a big goose egg.
Right. So, and then I have so the current statutory language was intended to protect taxpayers and public employees If you support the bill, why would you believe that it needs to be changed, and where hasn't been like an impediment to any P3 projects? And I guess the question, yeah, I guess that answers itself. I'll just keep moving on. I apologize for that. For instance, if toll gantries are considered for a P3 project, it appears to be nothing but an upside for the private company. The company has nothing at risk to operate Connecticut's toll system. So what protections or guarantees could be put in place if SB 920 in its current form became law, which would ensure that taxpayer wouldn't be tricked by a private company operating the tolling system?
So Mark, do you want to explain how we give up nothing in terms of our responsibilities under this language?
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. So the scenario you described using toll revenue, that is the most common form of a P3, where there's a revenue generating operation and then a toll concession or a concession agreement that provides for the installation, operation, maintenance of it. What the changes we're proposing to this bill allow other forms of P3 arrangements by eliminating the 25% maximum state investment. We allow other funding arrangements such as availability payments. So we could do other types of projects like what Pennsylvania has done, where they bundled hundreds of bridges and created an availability payment structure in order to deliver those projects. Again, we're Pennsylvania, and what we would propose is we're not transferring ownership. We're not transferring any of the state's rights or privileges. It's really just a mechanism to guarantee a payment to a concessionaire going forward using the P3 legislation.
Is there any P3 that the state is actually considering entering in right now?
There's no projects under active consideration. What we're looking at is the possibility of some major federal funding that could be put in the pipeline. We have expanded our capabilities with respect to alternative contracting. We've done construction manager at risk projects successfully. We've done several design build projects successfully. P3 legislation that can work for DOT would be another tool in our toolbox and another way to expedite project delivery if there are significant federal funds that come forward.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one last one for the sake of time. And then, so if a contracting agency is not required to conduct a cost-benefit analysis or make a business case to justify the partnership, what would be the safeguards and taxpayer protections that our administration put in place to ensure that there is no waste, fraud, or abuse in the P3 process? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you want to try that one?
Yeah, I can respond to that. So, I read some of the testimony here, and there were objections to the fact that some of the provisions from the original language were carved out of this update. I think I would offer that there are significant protections within the legislation as it exists. They're not related to the Contracting Standards Board. What they are, it's a much more, I would argue, even a more robust process. It's much more public. The section 256 provides for robust analysis of any P3. It'll be subject to public hearing at the legislature, governor approval, and annual reporting requirements. There are prescribed terms within the legislation for any P3 language. There's annual audits that are required.
Sorry, I missed
section 256. Yeah. Section 256. So it's at line 54.
Yeah, section 2, section 4-256. Thank you. I got
you. Yep. If you look down to subsection B, it talks about the detailed analysis. if you go to numeral 5, it talks about a cost benefit analysis. That's at line 81. So these are all things that the department would be required to provide, but instead of providing it to the Contracting Standards Board as was specified in the earlier version, we're providing it directly to the legislature, directly to the governor. It'll be subject to public hearing and public scrutiny. The public hearing requirement is down at line 99 and 100.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll stop for now.
Thank you. Representative Chafee, followed by Senator Lopes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, everyone else for speaking with us today. Representative Michelle had similar questions to me, so I'm not going to repeat anything. One concern I have with this, I've read enough of public-private partnerships across the country where municipalities or states have basically sold assets to private companies and then locked into very long-term contracts. And after signing into these agreements, the state or municipality actually has to pay the private company when they want to either use or say shut down a lane of a highway. I have concerns over that we would get locked into one of these deals. It's actually going to cost taxpayers more money in the long run. And then just another concern of mine, I believe there was a toll road built in Indiana that actually went bankrupt, and they used a P3 model. And the taxpayers were on the hook for the long-term costs of that. The toll revenue never really panned out to what the investment was. So I guess I'm just wondering, what are we going to do to ensure that we don't get locked into these bad deals, or that the taxpayers in Connecticut aren't left picking up the cost of projects that fail?
Well, Representative, I'm going to respond from the standpoint that everything that we're trying to do here is to make this entire process as transparent as it can possibly be, coming back to the legislature. And as you know, every time we have these public hearings, every one of these issues comes up. I am aware of the Indiana situation that was greatly changed over time. Florida went through a very similar thing on the tolling and was so successful that they're now added that as a public-private partnership onto their turnpike as well as on their highways. And it's been a very, very lucrative process for them, to the point where they were able to pay off things sooner and they were able to draw down more federal money. So my answer to you would be that if you follow the way that we're trying to do this, it's to make sure that everything is out in the open, including the public hearings that would turn around and bring forward these arguments. And there's nothing that we would come forward to you with without bringing you all the information on how this is different than anything that's gone on in the past. And like I said, we're not in a position to go and tell you we have success stories right now, but we do know what has gone on in other states and what is successful. And we would be very, very, I would say, diligent in choosing projects that we would look to come forward to the legislature with.
Are there any specific projects under consideration right now for this type of agreement?
Mark has already responded that we don't have anything that's under consideration. We would like to see what's going to happen with the federal money and whether or not we can bundle a bunch of projects on bridges and everything else that would make sense. But other than that, no, there's nothing that's sitting there right now that says that. I also mentioned that when we made the agreement that we made with New Haven, we're both looking into whether or not we can put parcels of land together that would entice the private sector to come in. But other than that, no, there's nothing that I would say that it's on the table right now. Mark, you agree with that?
Joe, yes, Commissioner, I think you're right on. Nothing under active consideration.
Thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Lopes, followed by Representative Meskers.
Thank you. And hello, Commissioner.
Hello.
A week or so ago in the Appropriations Committee on Transportation, I had asked you about DOT's applications to various federal grants, specifically noted the $889 million grant, Infrastructure for Rebuilding America. You had told me that the DOT was applying for every piece of federal money they could. I'd asked if you could give me some specifics by the time we met in transportation. Do you have anything for me? Especially pertaining to that grant.
Well, I'm going to let Ann please respond to you on this.
Senator Lopes, we're putting everything together and you'll have it next week before the subcommittee meets with the DOT.
Okay, because I see that applications, but I bring up that particular grant always because the applications are due March 19th. That's not that far away.
Senator Lopes, this is Garrett Euclio, the Deputy Commissioner. So that grant only provided states and cities with only 4 weeks notice before the closing. So it's been a scramble at the state all across the country to identify projects that are appropriate and meet the new standards that we never saw before. So we are finalizing the details and ensuring that the project that we would like to submit meets the criteria.
What is the project?
We are still trying to finalize that.
Okay. All right. When you know, hopefully before the 19th.
We're trying.
I have a couple more questions. In terms of rail lines, especially for legislators and somewhere in that New Britain to Waterbury corridor, have there been any changes lately that we should be aware of or anything of note?
You said New Britain to Waterbury?
Yeah.
I believe Commissioner Giletti, is this owned by Pan Am and will be a part of the purchase, or is this a CSX line? Maybe Rich Andreski knows that.
Yes. The Pan Am, so CSX Railroad is acquiring Pan Am in Connecticut and elsewhere. And we have been in active communication with the CSX leadership. They have been discussing how they will be moving forward in terms of operating the Connecticut assets. We do have some concerns about investment. The Pan Am Railroad between New Britain and Waterbury is in rough shape, including grade crossing improvements are needed, and the track condition is very difficult to say the least. So we're talking to CSX right now to make sure that they're committed to maintaining freight service here in Connecticut.
Any plans for expansion or improvement of that line to get better use out of it?
So when you say better use, is that passenger or freight?
Anything more than one train a week that seems to go through it.
Well, I will tell you, we've got a great team that spends quite a bit of time talking with the freight operators. If there's a market to be served, we will do whatever we can to support that. I want to point out that particular line, though, is not owned by the state of Connecticut. So we would encourage, but I'm not sure what authority we would have to.
Yeah, well, it's just one of these things I look at when I look at like federal grant programs for projects,
Yes.
and we could work with the project with the. You guys are talking about private-public partnerships, and why can't we be working with some of these companies to improve rail line? And I have to be clear, and I'm going to be a little blunt and harsh here, but it's I don't believe in sins of the father. This is previous commissioners and previous things that have happened in the legislature. But my memory still burns from years ago when we were deciding whether or not we should build the New Britain to Hartford busway, and quite a few of us were pushing for light rail. And I'll never ever forget the day in a public hearing when we asked the then commissioner, how much would it cost to do that in rail as opposed to doing a busway? And with the plan, of course, of eventually having a railway that would go from Hartford down to Bristol, through New Britain, down to Waterbury, which could go to Bridgeport, which could then go to New York, which would make sense. And the administration at that time really wanted the busway. And we were told by the DOT commissioner that we can't possibly do it in light rail because it would cost $1 billion. And we talked to some rail experts who were working up in Massachusetts, and they came back to us with, no, it would probably be about $250 million. And we asked them how they knew that. They said, well, because we just built the rail line and that's what it costs. So we brought that back to the then commissioner and asked him where he got his number of $1 billion. And his flip answer was, well, we kind of made it up. Yes, 10 years later, I'm still mad about that. So I would like to see further emphasis on improving our rail lines and what we can do about that. And so you understand what I'm getting at, right?
I do, and I will tell you that not only do I not want to step in and try and defend the decision that was made in the past or how a commissioner made
Or do you
that
have?
call. But from the standpoint that, you know, I've had to deal with this a number of times, and I'm going to tell you, I am tremendously impressed with the busway. What it does allow for you is once you've established a busway, you can easily convert a busway into a light rail system. But I will tell you that when I was looking at the same things at some of the other properties that you know, I happen to have been in charge of in the past, at that time, anytime you were looking at a commuter rail, we were looking at a cost of $10 to $25 million a mile. When you were looking at a light rail system, you were up in the $75 million a mile range to go and do it if you had right of way. Okay, and then if you talk about heavy rail, like the subway systems and everything else, they started coming in at $250 million a mile, Miami being the last example on that. So I would tell you that what you haven't lost in all of this is the ability that if we can get the lines, and that's why at some point, I'm hoping that when we have opportunities to talk about where it makes sense to go and purchase a line, in this case here, I don't want to spend a lot of time talking about this line because we're actually at the mercy of this freight company to make sure that they're going to make the right investments so it's worth it for them to upgrade this system. And then we got to talk to them about, can we upgrade beyond that as we look at what are some of the other potentials that are there, and if we can get federal money to go and do that. So I haven't lost sight of it, and I won't say that I apologize for any misinformation you may have gotten in the past, but I can assure you, you will not get any misinformation. We will be very open, candid, and transparent with you on what are the opportunities there.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. I know where you come from professionally, and that's why I hesitate to get into a rail argument with you.
Well, it's better that you know where I come from than to say I know where you live, okay? That one I would take differently.
So additionally, I'm not going to go into great detail about Senate Bill 920, the public-private partnerships, but of course, you know, again, those of us with legislative history have had nightmares with privatization in the DOT.
Yes.
I think mostly back to the I-84 debacle and in the Cheshire Waterbury area. You know, I understand what you guys are trying to do, but you understand this, you know, labor is very concerned about this. Legislators that have gone through some of this privatization of DOT, which has usually been a catastrophe in Connecticut, we're very cautious moving forward on this. And you guys have to understand how slowly I would like to move on this to understand it completely before moving forward.
Which is why we brought Senator Leone in here to make sure that he's given us the other side of the argument that everybody's.
And we'll make sure it's fully transparent and DOT has full control.
Well, we'll still move forward. I still have to understand that a great more. And I'm sorry to be so critical today. Usually I'm very positive. But lastly, I would like to get the bus certificates. Honestly, it's becoming a Groundhog Day for me. Every year I've been here, this has come up. Every year for 10 years, the certificate bill has come up. And every year we kill it. You know, a lot of us here would really love to see you guys in the bus companies come to some sort of compromise that doesn't create a fight and doesn't make us have to make a decision whose side we're going to fall on. And I know I haven't heard from your side much on. I hear from them a lot.
Sure.
But they seem to think that they're more willing to come to the table and negotiate than you guys are. I would like to see if there could be a couple more meetings to discuss this issue so it just stops coming back every single year.
So,
I mean,
Senator, I will tell you
we're
that
new legislators that are new on this committee. Every single year for more than 10 years, this bill in one form or another has come up, and we always kill it. It's gone to court, and it still hasn't really been resolved. So I would like to see a compromise.
all the discussions that we're coming to you with are coming from the court system. Okay, and the court is basically telling us, you know, what you're doing is you know. I don't want to paint it with the pejorative terms, but there is nowhere else that they're using certificates. We're being beaten by our own legislation right now. And the truth of the matter is, though there's a lot of speculation out there as to, you know, what we are trying to do on this, that's why I'm saying everything we're trying to do on this, similar to the other thing, is to be open, transparent, and provide as much opportunity for the private sector. Because right now, none of them could do it on their own. They all have to do it. through a subsidy coming from the state. So what we're trying to do is level that out so that way there we can keep this thing going without having to turn back to a system that doesn't exist anymore, which is certificates that if we follow that every single time, if you came to me and said, you know, oh, we want to change the route over here because we know that we've got a new business going in, I'd have to issue a new certificate, which is almost meaningless because everything that is there, that's why I wanted to make it clear, every dime that goes in covers all of their expenses, capital, operating, maintenance expenses, and profit and overhead are all paid to all these carriers. Okay, and the certificates are nothing more than a system that is outdated, and the courts are telling us, you know, you got to work with your legislature.
Understood. Thank you for your answers and good luck in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Meskers, Representative
Thank you.
Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to welcome Senator Leone. I think it's the first time we've spoken as you joined there. I want to thank the Commissioner and the Department of Transportation for all their efforts in relation to 95 work. I know we had you on the grill. I appreciate your input. You know, we'll be coming back to you with, you know, discussions on the plan.
Sure.
On the public partnerships, having worked in the private sector for 35 years, I think, and knowing what the balance sheet of the state looks like, I think where we can get leverage with federal funding and the private sector to jumpstart the economy, to get the infrastructure upgraded and done is very important. So I salute you on that. On some of the major projects you may be looking at or begin to see on the infrastructure, I would also encourage going back to commentaries I made in the past on when we were considering tolling and fiber optics, et cetera.
Yes.
Whether, you know, I'm not trying to revive that discussion, but when we look at major infrastructure projects, I want us to make sure we're talking to the telecommunications giants, our utility industries for both leasing and creation of rights of way, so we get revenue streams from that type of an operation. I've had commentaries and conversations, I believe, with the Attorney General's office and yourselves in relations to the concessions on the interstates, the concession states, basically, for service plazas.
Right.
I think the service plazas worked out to be a tremendous success.
Yes.
One of the caveats I'd give you is that we end up in a 30-year contract. You know, some people suggested concerns about long-dated contracts. I'm less concerned about the long-dated contract than I want you to, when you.
They're like, okay, yeah, whatever. I got.
Okay, sorry about that. I just want to make a suggestion as we, in those public-private partnerships where we may need to issue those types of 20 and 30-year contracts for the adequate return of capital that the private participant is, that we look at the oversight of any of the transfers of ownership or operating contracts. And this arose in my conversation on those service plazas. You know, it's completely outside the scope of what we did when we did the service plazas, and I think we did a good job.
Yep.
But I've gone down that rabbit hole of the zone pricing in gasoline, and we haven't been able to find a solution to zone pricing. The only asset that the state owns that we put the concession out in those service plazas with gasoline stations is at those locations. And so I was hoping at some point, if there are transfers to those operating licenses at those service plazas, that we look at is there some way to encourage those plazas to use a market-based pricing model for gasoline, so that we can begin to make inroads and break down what I think is an egregious practice, which is these 30 and 40 cents zone pricing in the gasoline markets in the state of Connecticut. I mean, they've been challenged. They apparently have their proprietary algorithms. So my only way around that is to find a competitor. And maybe then if we're looking at transfers on those plazas at some point, to see if we can't make some of that contingent on maybe opening up the gasoline markets on the plazas, which would then spill over into the neighborhoods. I mean, that's a pretty much, I'm down a rabbit hole, so I apologize. But the corollary is on any of the other projects that I think you want both maybe Lehman's DECD and potentially someone like Roland or someone from our committee in the review of transfers or extensions of licenses on those types of contracts. I don't want it just within the bureaucracy. If they come in and they say, we're selling the holdings of this operating contract, a 30-year contract on a private public partnership, that we just look at it pro forma versus the scope of their activity and see if there's something we want to extract before we allow them to on-sell their investment. Because a lot of these projects get invested, structured, and then on-sold to a pension fund somewhere in the world that wants a long-dated asset for 30 years. So if those transfers are coming, I'd like to maybe look to see what kind of leeway we have to potentially not break the contract, et cetera, but maybe enhance it for the value for the residents of the state. And that would be, sorry about the length of that, but that's where I stand, okay? And thank you.
Representative Thomas, followed by Representative O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner and team. I'm sorry, I'm in another meeting, so I'll try not to be duplicative. I think I heard some of my questions were answered. I'm going to first go to HB 6486, and I just had a question with regard to the task force and I guess in the prior statute, Public Act 1769, and I was unclear, is that task force ongoing with this new legislation or is it being replaced?
Go ahead and answer, Ann.
Go ahead, Pete.
Oh, Peter's there. Go ahead, Peter.
Good morning. My name is Peter Calcaterra. I'm a representative for the department on the task force. The task force is still going forward and would still be relevant as part of this legislation.
Okay, great. Thank you. And my understanding, I think there was a line saying that anyone on that task force could be a member of the legislature, which is fine. And it allowed for pretty broad representation. But given the area, it seemed like it might be missing someone in, I don't even know what it's called, maybe automotive engineering or someone who would be more familiar with the technology side. And I wondered if it's ever been discussed to add someone like that to the task force.
We do have members of the task force that represent the auto industry, Uber and Aurora and the automated developers that are on it. And we also have friends of the task force that participate. The group is pretty open. So although a position might not be legislatively established previously, we're open to others participating in discussions. So we've been inviting others to participate. So if you have specific recommendations of who we should engage, be happy to take a look at that and include that as part of the group.
Great, thank you for that, Peter. Helpful. It was unclear who was on the task force. And then just one other clarifying question. It seemed that in the prior version of the statute, the municipalities had some control over, how these vehicles could be used in their towns, whether it were hour of operation during the study phase. So is this change because we feel we've learned everything we could from the study, and is the feeling that the municipal at the municipal level no further sort of control, if you will, is needed? Can you talk through that a little?
Sure. The bill 6046 still requires that the automated driving system equipped vehicles adhere to any local ordinances as well as any other applicable laws of the general statute. So So in terms of, you know, local influence or, you know, applying the rules of the road, it's still there. The previous, I would just say the current statute 13A260 puts an emphasis on municipalities as the applicant for a pilot program. And we've learned over the last few years that was pretty difficult for municipalities to be the applicant. They were not really equipped with the resources to take on that responsibility. And most other states that we looked at, pretty much every other state we looked at, that had pilot programs did not put the onus on municipalities. The real attention is on industry to be the applicant and making sure that the vehicles adhere to the rules of that state or the rules of the road and whatever localities there are. So it's really about refocusing who the applicant is or really focusing on who the entity is that is being legislated, as opposed to putting the burden on a municipality to be an applicant where they don't really have the resources to really develop these types of projects or initiatives. So it's to streamline and simplify what other states already have, and to kind of adhere to national best practices, as opposed to, you know, creating additional requirements that other states don't really have.
Got it. That makes sense. I like streamlined. Thank you. That's all I had on that bill. And I do apologize. I'm new to this committee, so sometimes I feel like I join the conversation in the middle of a long journey. I'll go to 6484. I just had a couple of quick questions. In section 6, and you alluded to it, Commissioner, this change from a 6-month review to an annual review. And I was just curious why. I didn't know what the average length of these consultant contracts typically tends to be, but could you address that?
Yeah, and I'm going to turn around. Mark, do you want to explain? Because we put the additional month in, and you can also tell her how many applications we get, and that's why we're looking for the additional time. So Mark, can you join?
Sure, yes, I'm here, Commissioner. With respect to the specific question on the consultant evaluations, this is really just an administrative process. Right now, we do them every 6 months, and it is an administrative burden for our staff. Consultant agreements typically span years and not months, so we're doing these fairly frequently on consultants, and the performance doesn't change that much from month to month. And the thought is we'll capture the same level of information and detail, be able to utilize it just as effectively by doing these evaluations on an annual basis as opposed to semi-annually. It's just an administrative burden for our project managers, requires them to take time away from delivering projects to evaluate performance, which they're doing on a daily basis, but preparing the reports, doing it annually is what we request. The second part of our bill in this section refers to the annual pre-qualification process.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to part 2 of
Everyone's in double meetings right now.
It sounds that way. Yeah, the pre-qualification process, we just want to move the timeline back from the end of the year to a month earlier. It's a particularly busy time of the year for our senior staff here. We're developing our capital plan. We're working on budget proposals, and just bringing it back that 1 month gives us a little bit of a free run to make that happen on a timely basis.
I suspected as much. Thank you. In terms of the performance review, it just raised the question for me, if there ever were an annual contract, I would like to preserve the 6-month review. So I don't know if it makes sense to work in that technicality, or if you literally never have a 1-year contract, but it just raised a red flag. And the only other question on that bill, sorry, I just, for section 9, the termination date was originally January 2022, and we just, it was pushed back. and or it was removed, and I don't think a date was given. So I'm just curious why total removal versus not extending it to 2025 or something similar.
So this is a section on alternative project delivery. Initially, this was viewed as a piloting process, and we've now completed 2 design build projects, a construction manager at risk, and another variation of construction manager at risk. We've got others in the pipeline. We've begun to institutionalize our procedures here. Our administrative process, our procurement rules. We feel like that we want to make this part of our toolbox on an ongoing basis, and having the sunset provision sort of called into question our level of commitment to design build and these other alternative project delivery systems.
Okay, thank you for that. And on 920, this is where I will try not to be duplicative. Let's see. I think I heard Rep. Michelle address some of this. In terms of the removal of the restriction that used to be present about where the public-private partnerships would be, or what they would be restricted to, I just want to understand the thinking behind that removal. Is the thought of the agency that nothing should be off the table, that any type of public, like nothing should be exempted, or it just seems so broad compared to what used to be there?
Yeah, so this legislation is written very broadly. We're speaking to how it pertains to DOT, and we do expect that there could be an opportunity if these revisions to the legislation are incorporated, but it could be applied to other state agencies, and we didn't want to foreclose any opportunities there for another state agency to utilize the same legislation. I can speak to the transportation piece of it, but I'll leave it to others to speak to the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I have another question, which is why this bill is in transportation, but that's a different subject. Sorry. So yeah, I know it used to be limited to transportation systems, TOD, and related infrastructure. So is there, just to give me peace of mind, is there any transportation related scenario that you think should not be part of a public-private partnership?
Nothing comes to mind. There are certainly areas where P3s are most applicable. Projects with a high risk profile for project delivery are well suited for P3s. But in terms of providing, say, ongoing services, those are perhaps less well suited for it. The standard run-of-the-mill projects are less well suited for it. We have tools in our toolbox where we can already do that. It's the high-profile projects with an uncertain funding stream where we're looking to leverage private capital and bring that into the funding mix. I think those are the projects that we'd be looking at for P3s.
And have you ever gotten any interest under the current statute from any private entities interested in something that perhaps the commission said, to your point, like, no, this doesn't seem appropriate for private intervention? Has anything like that come up?
The most we've ever had is inquiries. We've never had a proposal put in front of us. There have been other things related to the TOD statute where there have been some proposals made, but nothing specific to P3s.
Okay. And if the inquiries I guess I would ask then, what restricted the inquiries from moving to proposals? You know, was it something like, no, that's not allowed in current statute, or it doesn't sound like a good idea to us?
Yeah, I can only speak anecdotally, but the limitation for 25% state investment, the limitation on the term of investment, and some of the other administrative burdens that were placed in the existing legislation they were perceived as an obstacle or a barrier to investment. And the few firms that we heard might have been looking at this, it never came to fruition. There was never a proposal made.
And they thought the terms were too short, I assume?
Well, it's return on investment, right? So they needed adequate time to recover investment. You know, I can't speak to the details because we never heard them.
You never got it, right?
Got it. And I think I heard Rep. Chafee ask about the term in this bill. I thought 50 years sounded like a very long time, mainly because I think what we learned during this pandemic and even prior is that society seems to be changing. Like we seem to be in a period of a lot of things changing, whether it's specific industries or technological advances, et cetera. Like here we are looking at ADS vehicles. So by removing the 50-year limit to an unlimited time frame, that feels very potentially penny wise, pound foolish to me. And I think I heard you address this earlier briefly. I guess the lack of safeguards troubles me, or the lack of, I don't know, re-examining what might be best for the coffers of the state with some regularity would seem more prudent. Can you talk about what the thinking is around removing that?
You know, I'll jump in on this one, Representative Thomas, and the idea, and we were explaining this before, nothing has changed in terms of responsibility and what we would have to bring to the legislature to go and show what ROI would be, what the return is going to be, what the amount of time is going to be. And we lose nothing of that. What we're trying to do is open up the window to get some more people in there, that as we look at what we can potentially do with some federal match coming in, that's what we're trying to go after. But we're not looking to go and eliminate any of the safeguards that are there. And there's nothing that can go forward without the legislature and the office of the governor being involved in it. So this doesn't, even though it opens it up, it doesn't change what we have to come to you with in terms of showing you why this would be good if we were to actually get one. And as you've already heard, up until this point, we haven't had anybody that was willing to go and approach it. We're trying to open it up that we think that there may be some possibility of doing this, particularly in light of what we can do with some of the bridges and everything else. But we are fully aware. And, you know, I will tell you that, yes, 50 years sounds like a long time. A lot of municipalities have even gone to 99 years because it all depends on how big the project is and how long it would take to get a return on investment. But that, again, would be something we would come to the legislature with. And right now, we don't have anything that even approaches 10 years, let alone 50 or 99 years. But that would be stuff that would come back to the legislature to go and discuss.
Okay. It could be a fact. Because of my age, 50 sounds like a very long time. But yeah, I don't know. I think I would like to think through like what triggers what. Just not having any cap feels problematic to me because I don't. Yeah. Anyway, I'll move on.
No, I actually had to go through it myself. When you're talking about something, for example, when they're building housing, okay, and if it's going to be, like, for example, even like the Empire State Building, those types of buildings, they look for 99-year leases, okay, so that way then they know they can get the return on. Obviously, some of the projects that we're looking at won't come anywhere near that, but I threw it out there so that you would know within the industry there are some that go well beyond 50 years, well beyond 10 years. we're not even in a position to go and discuss that until we actually have something in front of us that we can come and talk to you about. And that's why everything we've put in there is for transparency. It requires us to come back to you, discuss it with the governor's office.
Great, I appreciate that. Thank you. Similarly, I know the cap of 5 was removed, and again, apologies if someone did ask already. And I was just curious, going from 5 projects to an unlimited number just seemed very wide-ranging, and I was just curious, why not a more measured approach? I don't know what that number is, but I'm just curious. It felt, I don't know what the thinking was when that statute was written, but I trust that some group like this one had a good reason for capping it at 5. So why not adopt another number, whether it's 20 or, between 5 and unlimited?
I think the main reason, and Mark had dealt with this before, is we watched what happened with some other states when they were able to do multiple bridge programs with one contract going out there. So it allowed, if we put it down that it could only be 5, it would be limiting us to those 5. So, I think what we're trying to do is be as flexible as possible without taking any of the safeguards out. So I can't come to you and just say, oh, yeah, we've decided that we're going to do 50 projects right now. All right. It would, again, I'd be sitting down in front of this transportation committee trying to justify why it made sense to look at this the way that it was. So we were just trying to keep it if you look at it from the standpoint, it's been unsuccessful to this point. We're trying to make opportunities for success on it, but not give up any of the rights.
Okay, and my
Commissioner,
last...
I would just,
oh, sorry.
I would just add, I think the fact that it got opened up to other agencies beyond transportation was a factor in that. We had no way of knowing how frequently they'd be using this statute.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. Just jotting a note. And my last question, there's a line that reads something about, the governor won't approve unless it results in job creation and economic growth. And that just causes concern because I think there are other goals that the state should pursue, whether it's equitable goals or making sure it's high-paying jobs versus low-paying jobs, or just a couple of things I can think of off the top of my head. So I just want to make sure, or what is your opinion about the safeguards around that piece of it, or lack thereof? It just seems like a very low standard, basically.
So Representative, I would point you to section 4-256 of the bill. And it talks about, I think there's 10 different parameters or criteria that a P3 project would need to meet. Cost benefit analysis, an economic and financial feasibility, the benefits to the agency and to the public as a whole. So, and then the advantages and disadvantages of a public-private partnership as opposed to having a state agency perform the function of the P3. So there's a whole range of criteria that a potential P3 project would need to meet. It's not just a discretionary determination at the governor. The governor obviously has final say, but there's a whole series of bars that a P3 project would need to cross.
Thank you for that. I will definitely look at that section. And those are all of my questions for now. I would just add this statement that I just want to make sure we have ample safeguards in place so that sort of the pursuit of the almighty dollar is not the only goal that we are pursuing. Thank you all for your insight, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and this opportunity to interrogate Giuliani on a number of things. No, it's always good to see you, Mr. Leone. I appreciate your attendance here. Commissioner, just a couple questions on the certificate. Senator Lopes had pointed out, it seems like Groundhog Day, I think was his quote, and I agree. And listening to the comments, and I understand both sides of the argument, and both sides have merit, in my humble opinion. I understand the court has issued an injunction in one case and ruled in another that the certificates are property, and therefore this is the reason why you need this fix. Am I accurately representing the two cases?
Representative O'Day, I'm going to have Rich Andreski, who's been involved with this from the beginning with each one of the court cases and the decisions up to this point. So Rich, can you clarify for the representative?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Yeah, I wasn't as clear as I ought to have been earlier. We, in the past, our legislative remedy was trying to seek approval to take certificates by eminent domain. We're not seeking to do that. That's not our intention. What we're simply doing here in this proposal is saying that if the DOT is contracting for that service, that a certificate will not be necessary. So we're not taking the certificates from the bus carriers. They will still retain that historical right. But if they have a contract with the department, they'll simply be doing that under a contract, not under a certificate.
Well, I appreciate that. It's not that you're deciding not to take them by right. The courts told you couldn't, correct? The eminent domain.
Well, yes, that's correct. Yep, we're operating under. We currently have an injunction that says we can't contract with other parties. So in effect, what has happened is there's a monopoly that exists for these routes. Many routes are not covered by certificates, and so those are open to other contractors. These routes were currently prohibited. Although we're working, we feel good about having that injunction lifted. So that's the next step in the litigation.
Out of the 180, what I believe you said earlier, is about 180 bus routes that DOT has contracts with. Is that correct?
There's 180 bus routes. That's correct. Yes.
Out of those, how many involve these certificates?
A small number. I don't want to quote the number here, but a less than 10% of those routes.
Okay. And the companies involved in litigation, DATCO, New Britain Transit, and Collins, they're the ones that have those less than 10% of the routes that are disputing the validity of the certificates.
Yes, there are three plaintiffs in the case. We have a total of 6 companies that contract with the department.
Okay. When you said that it's become administratively burdensome to handle the 10% or approximate of the bus routes that have these certificates, what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, as we understand the court ruling, we will have to issue certificates for all routes. So all 180 routes is what I was referring to. And each of those routes will have a rather cumbersome process in terms of the application review, preparation of maps, and then potentially having to have a public hearing on some of them.
And I clearly, as someone who wants to figure out a way for DOT to operate bus routes cheaply, I certainly don't want that. But I guess my when the Torrington line was operated by Kelly, and they went bankrupt. Is that correct?
Nason? The Nason, yeah, the Nason Bus Company, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. And was that part was part of the reason why they went belly up because of this litigation? Do you know? Is there any reason that they?
I can't explain why they went belly up. What's curious to me is that the department pays for 100% of the operating expenses plus an overhead and profit. So it is a bit surprising to me, although I can't speak to the details of why they went bankrupt.
So I read the testimony of Attorney Dominic Falco. When is it true that DATCO's owed $4 million since June of last year for operating the routes from DOT?
We provided a new contract, an extension of their agreement. They did not want to sign the agreement. And one of the key reasons that they didn't want to sign it was we said, if you sign on the dotted line here, this agreement does not constitute new rights, new certificate rights. And we wanted that clearly expressed in the agreement. Unfortunately, we can't process payment. So yes, to answer your question, yes, they are due payment, but we can't issue payment unless there's an agreement between the department and them.
So, is it true that DATCO had offered to run the Torrington line for more cheaply than what it's costing DOT to run it now? I'm not saying it is. I don't know the answer to that, but do you know the answer to that?
So we did a request for proposals. We did receive proposals. We suspended that process due to COVID. So we had a certain expectation of ridership before COVID happened. We are now reevaluating all the routes. So it's not just the Torrington area routes, but also all routes, what we call CT Transit Express, those commuter routes that come into Hartford.
When was the last time there's been a meeting of the minds or a mediation, so to speak, between the companies and DOT higher ups? I won't put the commissioner on the spot, but hopefully the commissioner was involved. When was the last time that was done? Do you know?
Commissioner, you want me to take it?
Yeah, Rich, because you've actually been following the court system on this. So please explain that it's through the courts that we're going through this right now.
Yeah, starting late last year, we went in for yet another attempt at mediation to reach agreement. And we had a number of back and forths with a court-appointed judge that tried to facilitate some agreement between the parties. We made a bona fide offer. Both parties, it looked at one point like we might be able to bridge the gap. And it started to feel a little bit like we were negotiating against ourselves, and that mediation came to a conclusion.
When was that? When was that? Late last year? Was that like this?
Right through January, early February of this year.
Okay.
So 5 weeks ago. Yeah.
Excellent. So, and are you allowed to tell me the name of the judge? Do you know involved? As I know most of the judges.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't. I guess so.
No, hey, Rich, if you don't know the answer to that,
okay,
let us get back to the representative, because that way the attorneys will advise you whether or not you can release the name.
Thank you.
I'm sure you can, but we just don't want to step in it right now.
Understood, Commissioner. I certainly don't want to
yeah,
more wrenches in the works. Look, like I said in the beginning of this, I see both sides. And honestly, I was talking to Commissioner Rediker when this first started. And I would I'd love to be involved to try and work this out too. So as Senator Loeb said, I'm hopeful that you all can get together and work this out, whether it's grandfathering in for these less than 10% of the routes for a few years, and then opening them up. I don't have the answer. Certainly smarter minds than I have been more involved in this, but I gotta believe reasonable people with the assistance of the right Connecticut Superior Court judge can work this out so that the legislature doesn't have to bring the hammer down. So in any event, thank you very much for your time and attention, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the indulgence. Thank you.
Of course. And as a quick point of clarification, like this has been an issue when you were ranking member. I know you were working on it closely. We've been working on it for the last 4 years since I've been chair. And it's a difficult one because there are these, up until recently, differing court processes that were playing out. And we were advised not to engage in what could be considered ex parte negotiations outside of the court system by bringing them into the legislature. I tried to convene a quick meeting to try to work it out, and we were advised that that was probably not the best approach, and that while there was a existing court process in place, that they should exhaust that process before bringing it in. That being said, we had a sense that that would play out before this legislative session finished, and so we certainly wanted to have a public hearing to see if we could address any agreements that they could come to. And you're right, this I'm stuck dealing with every year. It is like Groundhog Day, but it's going to happen tomorrow too, if we can't figure out something soon. Representative Michelle, I think you have your hand raised. I don't know if that was from your first or if you have additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have one more question, and to continue the conversation about the section that we keep being referred to on SB 920. I think that this is the section that says that the governor can approve P3s if they help create jobs. But the bill cuts state, the other safeguards, the state contracted standard board oversight, the caps on years or number of projects. And that brings the, I'm sorry if my position is weird with the screen. I'm struggling with my notes as well. But are you familiar? I'm going to cite a couple of cases, like the San Diego's Route 125 tollway projected cost of 360 millions became at 843 millions. I-69 and the Indiana toll road and partnerships in Alabama, Texas, California declared bankruptcy after revenue from tolls used to finance the projects fell short of projections and caused, in some cases, repurchases and super heightened toll prices. In British Columbia, the state committed $18.2 billion in multi-decade contracts to finance 17 projects, and the cost was estimated at $3.7 billion more than it was if it was carried out through a traditional form of procurement. And that represents $1,800 per household in British Columbia. Also, the San Francisco Presidio Parkway project that was converted into a P3, and the result is that their state highway account is going to have to pay out upwards of 40 millions a year for the next 30 years, and there's more to it. So I'm worried if I were to do anything to the existing language, it would be more reduced from 50 years to 30 years. So I have real concerns, and if you want to comment on this, I do appreciate any comments on what I just mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This is Mark Rolfe, Deputy Commissioner. Just a couple comments I would throw out there. I'm not familiar with all of those projects that you cited, Representative. I would note, though, in a couple of instances that where a P3 there was a failure. The failure was on the private side. Specifically, I'm talking about Indiana. So the toll road was built. The revenue projections didn't come to light, but the failure was on the private concessionaire. And the state of Indiana actually ended up with a brand new facility, which they ended up having to operate. But I think they came out ahead because they ended up with a brand new facility. There's no question that P3 national practices have evolved over time, and there is quite a bit of information that's now available on the transportation side, both federal highway and the AASHTO, which is the Association of All State DOTs, has lots and lots of materials related to evaluation of P3s, to best practices for administration.
Yep, we're still talking. So the commission's still talking.
No, so I appreciate that, but still, I mean, I think when the bill takes out the state contracted standards board, which is already in place, I mean, they could do the needed independent oversight and review work. So I'm just, it's going to be very difficult. I can't really support the bill as written, but I do really appreciate all your work on it and your answers. And thank you for the time to ask those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Martin and then Senator Casano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, just to thank you to begin with very quickly to you and your entire department regarding navigating us through COVID, as well as maintaining our roads during this, I guess, all the snowstorms that we had this winter. And good to see you, former Senator Leone. And I just have one question, and it's regarding to the bus issue. You know, having been in business all my life and having to deal with multiple contracts regarding construction and dealing with people who have not paid it, specifically regarding this $4 million that's owed to one of your bus companies, and you seem to be holding an agreement, payment that is, until they sign an agreement. Was the work performed for the $4 million tied to a previous contract?
Rich, you've got to go and respond to that. Rich Andreski?
I'm sorry, I'm talking here with my microphone. I'm sorry, on mute. Yes, they will be paid for the services that they've rendered. But they are not operating. They're not operating with a contract right now, and it's twofold. I mentioned earlier it was the certificate language that they've not accepted, which is unfortunate, but also in terms of the payment provisions, the cost for service. We just cannot agree to their terms. So therefore we do not currently have a contract with them.
But regarding the $4 million, that is for work that's already been performed. So why would you not pay them?
I can't unfortunately issue a payment without a contract.
So is that $4 million pertain to work that was not under contract?
Yeah, there's unfortunately, because of the essentialness of public transportation, they've been continuing to provide that service. They are due payment. We're not arguing that. I just cannot release payment without an agreement.
Rich, would you explain that there's a federal
The
rule
alternative.
behind
The
it?
alternative. I'm sorry.
Even under our federal rules, you're required to have a contract to go and make the payment.
I would assume that the previous contract would continue until there's a new contract in place, for specifically regarding work that's been performed.
Contracts have, our DOT contracts have a term and an expiration. So that prior agreement that you're speaking to expired last June. So currently there is no active contract.
Okay, I have no further questions. It just seems to me that the previous contract would fall into play here until the new contract was signed. However, and that would not have an effect on the $4 million. It seems like you guys are holding them hostage, this $4 million, until they come to your terms, in agreement with your terms. So, all right, thank you.
Rich, do you want to turn around and explain that everything that's going on right now is being reviewed with the judges?
Yeah, I also want to clarify that the agreement was provided prior to the expiration of the old agreement. So the pending agreement that has not been executed has been languishing. All of our agreements need to be run through the attorneys because of the ongoing litigation.
Right.
So, it's not, the ball's not entirely within the DOT court here on this. Matter of fact, we do want to see an executed agreement as soon as we can. But again, we just can't agree to the unilateral terms that have been offered by DACO.
Well, I'm sure they can't agree with your terms as well. But thank you for your comments here. Thank you.
Senator Casano. Senator, I believe you are muted.
I'm unmuted?
There you are. You're good.
Okay. I just want to, for my former colleague, Senator Leone, I have your hat here, Senator. I hope you wear that.
Yes, I will gladly stop by.
I want to ask the $64,000 question. I know you're probably trying to avoid this one, and you know what I'm going to ask. In a recent conversation with a representative from New England, not from Connecticut or Massachusetts, they referred to the New England Thruway project, which we call here the Larson Tunnel project. And there's conversation apparently going on that if they think they can get the funding outside of the funding that comes to Connecticut. Is there any validity to that? And is that a possibility? And is this going to be the New England Thruway Tunnel? I know you've been just waiting for that question, Commissioner.
I wasn't sure if you were asking me or the senator, okay? Because I think both of us could offer the same answer is we've got to wait and see. We just so that you are aware, we have meetings set up with the entire delegation. We've already had a meeting with Representative Rosa DeLauro. We've got more meetings that are being set up. So as this information comes forward and we know what's sitting there, I will be happy to come in front of this committee. I'll be happy to keep you in the loop on everything that we're discussing. But you need to know that we are meeting. We have been meeting. We've had requests into them. Matter of fact, Representative DeLauro even asked me if I would take the train down on Monday with her to Washington. I'm waiting for my second shot, and that way then I'll be more likely to be willing to go and do those types of things. But we, right now, everything, there's a lot of, I'll say, discussion out there rather than use words like rumors. We have been in active discussions with Representative Larson as well. I am well aware of, what some of his ideas are. We'll see what is available in terms of funding, and then it'll be a decision as to what can be afforded and what can go forward with it. But I have not, I'll be candid with you, I have not heard that there was any sort of a move to try and move this away from being a state project to being a regional project. I know that there is some discussion that relates to some other projects that go on simultaneously, but until we actually have that in front of us and we know that there is funding that would be available for, that's when I will come back and have that discussion with you, Senator.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have about 30 questions, but you know what? I have a way to reach out to you. So we will close with this portion of the public hearing for today. Thank you all very much for your testimony, for the breadth of your suggestions to the committee this year about how to move the Department of Transportation forward in 2021 and beyond. I look forward to speaking closely with you and Ann and Carlo and deputy commissioners and Pam to try to get to positive solutions on each of the bills you have before us, try to rectify a lot of the concerns our members have, and try to get us to a place where we can see eye to eye. And if we don't, we'll have to blame Carlo on that one too.
I like that, Representative Lamar. That worked out very well for me.
With that being said, thank you all very much for your time today and appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate the time that you've spent with us.
We are going to move on to the public side of this for now. We went well over our 1 hour, a lot of time.
Representative Lamar, it seems you cut off.
I think he lost access. Let's see if he gets back on.
Yep, just getting them.
He's right there.
Roland, I can hear you.
Phil, I think I lost you there for a moment.
Yes, I think we have the connection back now.
Okay. So we have Steven Samela, followed by Travis Woodard.
Even if they're 49% at fault. Okay, so I appreciate the answer and all your answers. You know, that seems like it creates.
Mr. Chair, we do not have Steve or Travis in the waiting room, but the third speaker after them, Barry Kresh, is available.
All right, let's go with Barry.
All right, can you see and hear me now?
We can, Barry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Barry Kresh. I live in Westport. I'm the president of the EV Club of Connecticut. I'm here to testify about HB 6485. There were equity components adopted last week for the Cheaper program, and it would be appropriate to assess if these are effective at reaching their target or how performance could be improved. It is important that granular tracking is implemented for all the old and new program components. I also think any research should consider environmental factors like lack of charging access, how user-friendly the incentives are when operationalized, and whether the incentive, the used EV incentive succeeds in stimulating what is currently an underdeveloped used EV market. I also support a pilot for an e-bike incentive. E-bikes can be a practical urban runabout and a valuable part of any plan for zero emission transportation equity. I just don't want to see the main program attenuated. I support the new equity provisions, but my larger concern about Cheaper is that it has been underperforming for the past year and a half. During 2020, there were 675 rebates awarded, and the program was 76% underspent, not including overhead and dealer incentives. While there has been a pandemic and a recession, the main reason was the changes in the program parameters dating to October 2019. The 675 rebates compared to 1,832 rebates for the 12 months prior to the change. Cheaper isn't particularly well funded either. It may sound strange to say that the program is both underspent and underfunded, but if it were more aggressively positioned, then the funds would be utilized. Deep's consultant forecasted that current funding levels are not sufficient to keep pace with the goals in the multi-state ZEV plan. There are enough funds collected in clean air fees that this should be manageable, and of course, another possible future option is TCI. For 2021, the unspent funds have been rolled over and the budget is about 5.2 million. Not so terrible. The new incentives will help raise the spend, but I doubt by enough to matter. As I mentioned when I testified 2 weeks ago, Connecticut has fallen far behind in its pacing to reach the goals set forth in the ZEV plan. This may not be the best analogy, but we need to be firing on all cylinders. And I'm happy to discuss these issues in more depth at any time. And I thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Barry. It's good to see you again, and thank you for your work and understanding of the Cheaper program. And frankly, it's an issue that I've worked with you and many others over the last few years to try and make it a more robust program that really helps address the structural problems we have in Connecticut, and building in equity concerns and funding, I think, is inherent if that program is going to succeed moving forward. So I appreciate any thoughts that we will generate today to move us in that direction. I know Deep is similarly positioned to help us think through ways to make the Cheaper program more effective. But I mostly for today, I wanted to get as many thoughts and ideas on the record as possible, because you're right. It can be true that it is both undersubscribed and underfunded at the same time. And if we're going to collect these dollars, if we're going to make the investments, we should make sure we're targeting them in the most appropriate ways. So thank you for your testimony today. Are there any questions for Mr. Kresh? Seeing none, thank you again. Are Stephen or Travis in, Phil?
No, they are not. However, Mr. John Hall, who's the next speaker present on the public speaking list, is.
Okay, let's go with John.
Mr. Hall, if you could unmute and turn your camera on.
Okay. I can't see how to start my video here, though.
John, it's most likely if you're on your computer, it might be in the bottom left corner.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I see it now. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Chairman Lamar and Vice Chairs Casano and Sims and ranking members Carney and Summers. I appreciate this opportunity to be here and to speak in support of proposed House Bill 5724 regarding the construction of sidewalks on state roads. I sent in a fairly detailed testimony suggesting some things that could be included in this bill. Hopefully it will be raised and written out. I won't cover those details so much here, but I want to just directly to you make a case for two major points of my testimony. I live in Portland, but I represent the Jonas Center for Earth and Art, which is based in Middletown. And we work with Complete Streets committees in Middletown and Portland, and we're the organization that is the public advocate for the Central Connecticut Loop Trail, which those of you who were on the Transportation Committee in 2019 might remember. The first point I want to make has to do with communication. Very often, or let's say this communication between the Department of Transportation and advocates for complete streets issues in local communities is very spotty. And that's not entirely the fault. In fact, it's not the fault at all of the department. The town, the municipality gets communications about DOT projects that are coming up. Sometimes the Complete Streets committees get that information, and we are able to look at the area and provide input. Sometimes the mayor or the Department of Public Works just does not tell us about that. And we are oblivious to the project that's coming down the road. Other times, even when we are informed, or this municipality is informed and that passes on to the Complete Streets Committee, DOT just hasn't recognized that their project has bicycle and pedestrian implications. So I would like to suggest that perhaps in this bill or maybe through some other means, maybe just reaching to the Department of Transportation, Complete Streets advocates in municipalities could be informed directly about upcoming projects within the municipality on state roads so that we have an opportunity to examine that project, the area, and provide input. That would be very helpful. Also, when this bill is written up, if it's raised, and I certainly hope it will be, I would like to suggest that the bill be written to provide an opportunity for the department to consider not just sidewalks, but many other kinds of infrastructure that are important to pedestrians and bicyclists. I'm thinking of crosswalks, of course, and pedestrian-friendly crosswalk signals, which are sometimes missing even after a project is done. Islands of refuge so that pedestrians have a place to get to when there is a very long crossing to be made. Traffic calming, bike lanes, and pull-offs for public transit, drop-off and pickup. Pedestrian accidents have been increasing. We've seen that in the news. And it is really the Complete Streets advocates within the community who are really looking at the infrastructure and bicycling on the roads and looking for places where pedestrians are are in danger or have inadequate means to get across a busy road in a commercial area. So those are my concerns. I hope you will raise this bill, and it could provide a great means to communicate between all the different parties, local municipality, Department of Transportation, and the Complete Streets advocates, so that we don't miss the opportunities to make these improvements that have unfortunately been missed in the past. So I'll conclude my testimony with that. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And thank you, Mr. Hall, for your testimony today and a few weeks ago. Greatly appreciated seeing you before the Transportation Committee numerous times this year. Are there any questions for Mr. Hall? No? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Jennifer Homendy from the National Transportation Safety Board.
All right, I think I have my tech right now. Good afternoon, how are you?
Good to see you, Jennifer.
Good to see you too, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Vice Chairs Cassano and Sims, Ranking Members Carney and Summers, and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Homendy, and I'm a board member with the National Transportation Safety Board. I'm honored to appear before you today, not only as a member of the NTSB, but as a native of Plainville, Connecticut. The NTSB is an independent federal agency charged by Congress with investigating significant crashes in all modes of transportation to determine their probable cause and make recommendations to improve safety, prevent future tragedies and injuries, and save lives. You may recall, maybe Senator Kissel may recall, that I responded to the B-17 crash at Bradley Airport in 2019. The team will finalize that investigation by the end of the month, and I'm happy to meet with anybody about that. I'm appearing before you today to discuss two bills that the committee is considering, and I want to start with rear seat belts. Nearly 95% of all transportation-related deaths occur on our nation's roads. House Bill 6484 will help to reduce this toll and save lives in my home state. 294 motor vehicle occupants died in crashes in Connecticut in 2018, and more than 40% of those occupants weren't using seatbelts. If everyone in Connecticut used a seatbelt, an additional 17 lives would be saved. Seatbelts are the #1 defense against motor vehicle fatalities and injuries. And Connecticut has been a true leader on seatbelt use for many years with its primary enforcement law. The state's seatbelt use rate was 93.7% in 2019, which is above the national average of 90.7%. But Connecticut's primary seatbelt law only applies to the front seat. For decades, the NTSB has strongly recommended that states enact a comprehensive primary enforcement seatbelt law that covers all vehicle occupants in all seating positions. Now, I recognize that this bill provides for secondary enforcement, but it is still a critical safety step forward. While primary laws have a greater effect, both primary and secondary laws save lives and reduce injuries. Evidence shows that rear seatbelt use is higher in states that have a law requiring their use, an 84% compliance rate, compared to 68% in states with no law. The NTSB believes that a significant number of lives can be saved and injuries prevented if Connecticut enacts this bill and closes the loophole in its occupant restraint law. Now, I want to turn to House Bill 6486, which establishes a pilot program that allows developers to test fully autonomous vehicles on Connecticut highways. Technology on vehicles has tremendous potential to mitigate or prevent crashes on our roadways, but safety must be the priority in development, testing, and implementation in order to fully achieve those benefits. In 2018, the NTSB investigated the crash of a vehicle testing ADS that collided with and killed a pedestrian in Tempe, Arizona. Our investigation found that Arizona's lack of a safety-focused application and approval process for ADS testing failed to safeguard the public. The lessons learned from this crash can help prevent similar tragedies from occurring in Connecticut. It is vitally important that more specific safeguards be established in this bill. In particular, the state should consider including a requirement for applicants to submit for review and approval a detailed safety plan and establish a task group of experts to evaluate that plan before beginning any testing. My written statement provides more detail on the 12 key safety elements that are recommended by NHTSA that should be included in those safety plans. While my focus is on rear seatbelt use today, my main focus, I'd like to offer a more detailed briefing to the committee and the Automated Vehicle Task Force on the lessons we've learned at the NTSB from our investigations of crashes involving highly automated vehicles. This is a new area for many states, and we'd like to be helpful in your efforts to ensure safety while also allowing testing of automated vehicles to move forward. In closing, I applaud the state and this committee for your leadership on these issues and for your consideration of these bills. The NTSB believes the rear seatbelt bill in particular is one of the most important measures that you will consider this year, and we encourage its swift enactment. Thank you again, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hamady, for your testimony, both delivered today, but also the written testimony that you have provided this committee. It is, as you mentioned, quite illustrative of the number of ideas and thoughts that have taken place across the country. And I am deeply thankful for it because I'm probably going to rely on it quite a bit as we figure out how to craft this legislation moving forward. And in fact, I might invite you to talk with our screening committee about some of the ideas that we might want to incorporate into this bill moving forward. So thank you so much for your time today. There are a few questions for you. First, Representative Carney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Jennifer, for coming here today. I do recall you speaking before the committee in the past, so I appreciate all the insight you have, particularly on the autonomous vehicle bill, because that is certainly, as you said, it is a new area for the state, new area for a lot of people. So any assistance that can be had for that is greatly appreciated. I just have two questions regarding the back seatbelt bill. It seems like it's come up every year. I've always been a little surprised that it hasn't passed in the past. Hopefully, this year's the year to do it. But you mentioned the compliance rate in states that don't have these laws. Do you have any idea what the compliance rate is in Connecticut?
I only know the compliance rate in daytime that was observed for front seats, but I don't have the figures for rear seats. But what I'll do after this is follow up with my team and see if we can get that to the committee. We'll send it to the chairman and then also you as well, Representative Carney.
I appreciate that. And it's good to hear that Connecticut's compliance rate for front seat belts is so high. I would imagine, like for me, for example, before I became a legislator, I didn't know that it was legal to not wear your seatbelt in the back seat. I always put it on. I thought that was the law then. So I think a lot of people probably are already doing it. So it really wouldn't make much of a difference for most people if we put this into law, and it would save some lives. The other question I had is, do you know how many states, I guess, how many states don't have a backseat seatbelt law?
Yeah, so there are 8 states that have no rear seatbelt law at all. There are 4 states that have primary front seat and secondary rear seat. Those are Kansas, Maryland, New Jersey, and North Carolina. 22 states and DC have both primary seatbelt laws for the front and the rear seat, but there are 8 states that have no rear seatbelt, either primary or secondary enforcement at all. If you'd like a list of those, I can get you a full list after this as well.
Okay, that'd be great. But I appreciate that. I mean, it's not a group that I think Connecticut should be a part of. So I appreciate that and letting us know that it really is not a lot of states. So I think this makes sense, and hopefully we can move forward on this year.
And could I add one thing to your previous question?
Sure.
I will say that there is some data on the harm to other occupants in a vehicle if you don't have a rear seatbelt, and I just thought I'd mention that. The increase of it increases the risk of injury or death to other occupants in the vehicle if you don't have rear seatbelts on by 40%. And for the driver in particular, it increases the risk of fatality of the driver by 137%.
Wow.
So that is well documented. So that's significant, where you could really have some dangers. And even, I know some people sit in the center section of a rear seat, and the risk to them of fatal injury without wearing a seatbelt is 58% in cars and 75% in SUVs, vans, and pickups. So there is some research out there that really shows the increase in safety from rear seatbelt use.
Great. Well, I appreciate that follow-up. And again, thank you so much for coming here today to testify.
Thank you. Hopefully I can get home soon at some point.
Right.
Thank you. And again, that data is extraordinary, and hopefully I can bring it up on the House floor this year as we pass this bill finally. Representative McCarthy-Vahey and Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm saying amen to what you just said. Ms. Hamady, thank you so much for being here today. Representative Carney actually asked one of the questions that I was hoping to ask you, which is about how many other states did not have this legislation. And it really is a small number. And I would echo what Rep. Lamar said related to these numbers are just, they speak for themselves. There's just no way to argue with the data that you are presenting us. And it's hard to not pass a bill in the face of that. I want to go back to something that I was talking about earlier today in our committee meeting related to some pedestrian safety legislation that we were talking about, and hopefully we'll be voting on later today. But it is around education and the opportunities to help educate and inform the public. And though I know this is not specifically a part of the bill, I just wondered if you could speak to that. I was talking earlier about the role of human behavior and changing human behavior. And we often talk about education, enforcement, and infrastructure. And in this case, when it comes to the backseat seatbelt use, what strikes me is that a consistency of message. We have a law in Connecticut that requires some people in the backseat to wear a seatbelt, but not others. And I wondered if you could speak to the consistency of the message and what national efforts can be partnered with state efforts to help educate people, and why it's important to have the law in place in addition to the education.
And thank you for that question. It is absolutely critical that laws be married with education efforts for the public. And it should be a consistent message for both the front seat and the back seat, so everybody does use seatbelts and lives are saved. But if this bill does pass, I would encourage the state to really, there is some federal funding that can be used for safety programs. I would really encourage the state to develop a strong safety message and communicate to the public of the new law. Just recently, where I am right now, we had a new law on cell phone use and prohibiting hands-free cell phone. And it was critical that we had tons of information along the highways, in messaging from the Department of Transportation here in the state and others. And so that's critical to get compliance. And I think when you do have mixed messages on some people should be buckled up, others, the public shouldn't or don't have to. The public tends to be confused. And so it's good to have one consistent message on safety.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate your efforts and the time that you've taken to be here. And if I may, Mr. Chair, just one follow-up question. Okay, I see the thumbs up. I appreciate that. I know there are a lot of people who want to speak today and have other questions for you. I just wanted to just follow up too about the the Tesla and AV crashes that have occurred. And I just wanted to see what kind of concerns that you might have on your end about that.
Yeah, on our end, we have done 6 investigations of level 2 automated vehicles, and we had 2 investigations, the one in Tempe, Arizona with a test vehicle that was an automated vehicle, and one in Las Vegas, Nevada of essentially a people mover that was highly automated. So we've learned quite a lot on automated vehicles. The one message I would say to the state is there is a significant absence of federal oversight and federal standards on testing, development, testing, and implementation of automated vehicles and on level 2 vehicles, and that's where the Teslas come in. In the absence of federal oversight, it is incumbent on the states, and we would strongly encourage the state of Connecticut to adopt standards. You have a pilot program. We have some ideas for also including safety standards. So state safety is a priority. In many of these testing and deployment of these vehicles, innovation tech, it seems to be the driver behind the technology, but we have to make sure that safety is the priority as well, because these technologies have a lot of potential to improve safety on our roads. But if we're also sacrificing the lives of others at the same time, then we can't fully realize those safety benefits. There are tremendous benefits that can come from this, but again, safety measures need to be put in place. So I'd really say, in the absence of federal authority right now, it's really incumbent on the states to really set the parameters here.
Thank you so much. I'm hopeful that we will see more direction on the federal level with some of our new leadership at the DOT as well. I'm very hopeful, but I think we're also fortunate here that our own DOT has been putting quite a bit of emphasis on safety, and I look forward to continuing to working with them to do that. Thank you again for taking the time to come home and be here with us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we do pedestrian safety as well. So if you ever need anything on that, please let us know.
Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not really any questions, but just a comment. First of all, to thank Jennifer for coming and testify, as well as sharing those statistics regarding the use of rear seat belts. I know it'll sway and persuade many legislators here regarding the way that they're going to vote on this. In addition, Mr. Chair, I would highly recommend tapping into Jennifer and her organization regarding the bill regarding the automated driving system. I think with her knowledge and her experience and the information that she has, we could probably craft a very good piece of legislation, not only with that bill, but I think also with the rear seatbelt bill as well. So thank you. And thank you again, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Senator Martin. The testimony that Ms. Hamady has provided is actually like a perfect boilerplate for us to look at in crafting this language. So I'm excited to reach out to you and work with this more. And I think the bill has a good opportunity based upon your expertise and your willingness to work with us to craft it. So thank you again.
Thank you.
With that, I see no other questions. Thank you for joining us again today.
Thank you. Look forward to working with you.
We have Two members of the public, Travis Woodward, followed by Shazard Habibi, then Senator Kelly.
Hi, good afternoon. Senator Cassano, Representative Lamar. Everybody hear me? Yep, I'm unmuted. Senator Sommers, Representative Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Travis Woodward. I'm an engineer with the Department of Transportation and the president of CSEA SCIU Local 2001 P4 Bargaining Unit. Testifying against Senate Bill 920, the 3P bill. Public-private partnerships, or 3Ps, are often sold to us as a way to fix crumbling infrastructure, a way to boost economic growth, or a way to shift public risk onto a private contractor. The reality is, when considering public versus private public partnerships, always remember it's either the taxpayers pay or the taxpayers pay. Instead of contracting out an individual project as we do now, a 3P sells state assets to be administered by for-profit contractors. If loose 3P language exists, like the current proposed language changes would make an SB 920, private contractors could assume quasi-governmental status and will place profits over the needs of the people. When 3P projects fail, they fail miserably, and the public is left holding the bag. Often, this debt is handed off to the next generation of taxpayers. The only way public-private partnerships work is with public trust and transparency. Probably the most scandalous example of 3Ps gone wrong is Texas Highway 130. This 50-year P3 was signed in 2006 and tasked with maintaining a 41-mile stretch of highway between Austin and San Antonio. Within 8 years of the company's lease, the road was in desperate need of repair, and lack of oversight has caused nearby homes to flood. Although many of the companies involved made a great deal of money on the deal, the private consortium that won the project itself filed for bankruptcy with $1.6 billion in debt. Throughout the bidding process, they were allowed to make their own traffic projections. Even after the company took control of the highway, this information was considered proprietary information and never made available to the public. Senate Bill 920, as written, strips the requirements of 4E16, an important cost analysis safeguard put in place to prevent transparency issues like the Texas Highway 130 disaster. You may ask yourself why the author of this bill seeks to remove this important language from the statutory requirements. The only reason to remove cost comparison requirements from this section is that 3Ps are rarely, if ever, cost effective to the public. Senate Bill 920 removes the 50-year limit, as we've already discussed here. We don't want to get stuck in a short-sighted agreement and loss of public property for generations to come. Senate Bill 920 removes the 5-project limit for public-private partnerships. This provision's been in place from 2011 to 2020. We've had the ability to do 3Ps since then. Why haven't they been performed? If they're the best thing since sliced bread, we should be doing them already. More can be done, more can and must be done to protect the taxpayers, since projects that do fail end up being the responsibility of the public taxpayers by default. It's important that language in this bill include requirements for administrative performance bonds, a business plan to return the infrastructure or a 3P asset to public control upon failure, and requirements for public posting a notice of proposed projects under this bill, with an option for a public hearing if written opposition is made. Before we sell off state assets to the lowest bidder, let's make sure the public is getting the better end of the deal. I urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 920.
Thank you, Travis, for your testimony today and for bringing a lot of information to the committee for us to consider as we move forward. Are there any questions for Travis? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Shazard Habibi, followed by Senator Kevin Kelly.
Great. Thank you so much to the committee for having me here today. My name is Cher Habibi, and I'm the Research and Policy Director of In the Public Interest. We are a national nonprofit research and policy center focused on government contracting and responsible contracting. I'm testifying today in opposition of Senate Bill 920. A state's P3 law is very important as it clarifies a state's objectives in P3 projects, sets the ground rules for its P3 process, and establishes basic requirements for contracts. Senate Bill 920 seeks to loosen the state's basic framework for P3 projects by allowing for a greater number of projects, broadening the types of P3 projects that the state can engage in, removing the 50-year contract term limit, and removing the requirement for analyses for projects with an operations or maintenance component by the State Contracting Standards Board. Moreover, the bill does not propose new language that would ensure that the public interest is protected in any resulting P3 contract, such as ensuring maximum transparency and public participation, equity-based project selection, provisions that ensure broad and equitable access to public infrastructure, requirements that all construction and long-term maintenance and operation jobs provide livable wages and benefits, and provisions that require contracts to meet or exceed important state standards. All of this is detailed in my written testimony. There's also a dangerous perception that P3s are free money or new money, and this couldn't be further from the truth. In P3s, any financing arrangement or equity contribution from the private partner must be paid back with the very same sources for which all infrastructure is ultimately funded: taxes, tolls, or user fees. Furthermore, the cost of capital for private investment is typically much more expensive than tax-exempt bonding. Governmental entities have run into costly problems with P3s. Recently, Denver canceled its P3 contract for the renovation and concession management of its airport due to escalating costs and delays, which cost the airport $183 million to settle all outstanding claims with the private partner. Last year, Maryland paid $250 million in a settlement agreement to the private partner who walked away from the state's Purple Line Light Rail P3 project, which has been plagued with severe delays. Many of these deals present significant risks to the state and the public, including loss of public control, financial and budgetary risks, decreased affordability and accessibility, overly rosy projections that don't materialize, and the loss of transparency and accountability. Connecticut has an opportunity to mitigate these risks by clarifying its goals and objectives and setting ground rules in its P3 legislation that ensure that the public interest is at the heart of any potential P3 arrangement. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Habibi, for your testimony today and for your submitted testimony as well. It's a great way for us to review and analyze a lot of the things that you bring before us and ensure that we're getting it right. And we might rely on your background knowledge quite a bit as we move this bill forward. There's a question from Representative Thomas.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Ms. Habibi. I'm certainly aware of your organization, and you do such great research, so thank you for that. I work in the nonprofit sector, so and I'm a small business owner, so I'm always sensitive about free markets, but I also don't think the market is a cure-all for everything. So I do have some concerns about these types of partnerships. And in particular, if it's a singular or limited asset, which creates a monopoly type of situation, I think they can run awry. So just based on the work that you do, I would just love to hear if you have any further thoughts that you didn't get to address in your 3 minutes. Any research you've seen, or any, we heard a lot earlier about this bill does encompass some safeguards. If you have any recommendations about strengthening those in your experience.
Sure. So just, I guess, a couple of thoughts. In my written testimony, in terms of strengthening and safeguards, I do go into a lot more detail, but just didn't want to take up too much time, in the verbal part. But I do go into kind of what I mean by, maximum transparency and public participation, kind of what that actually means, and ensuring that there's, ways for public participation at kind of every stage of intervention, and really making sure that especially the community that this project is going to impact, that they also have a say in the project. That there's also equity-based strategic project selection. And really what that means is ensuring that project priorities, that projects aren't just chosen because of the opportunity or magnitude of private investment available, but that they're really chosen to meet the real infrastructure needs of the community. And then, of course, broad and equitable access, especially when we're dealing with something that does have a tolling component to it, ensuring that, that there are provisions in the law that ensure that the infrastructure remains affordable. And then again, just a couple other points around the resulting jobs, having livable wages and benefits, and that's including the construction jobs, but also the permanent, operations and maintenance jobs. And then, just other kind of public interest provisions. I know I was really happy to see in the bill that it did keep the ban on the non-compete clauses. That was really great. I would also recommend that the bill include limitations to compensation clauses. And I'll give an example. Maryland's bill does prohibit a private entity from being compensated for projects that are already in the state's capital improvement program or their transportation program. So the private entity can't come back and say, hey, you need to give us some money because this is kind of impinging on those revenues. The other thing I will say that was not I didn't include the link to it in my written testimony, but I'm happy to send it to the committee if it's helpful. We also have looked into, have done quite a bit of work looking into availability payment structure of P3s. And we're seeing kind of more of that structure being considered, and there are some issues that are particular to that type of structure, and we do kind of detail that in a brief that we have, and if that is of interest to the committee, I am happy to send that along as well.
I won't speak for everyone, but I would love to see that. So thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Habibi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for joining us today and for lending so much of your research and time with us.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Senator Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Cassano, as well as ranking members, Senator Summers and Representative Carney, and all the members of the Transportation Committee for allowing me to be here this morning to testify in favor of Senate Bill 576. I would also just like to state before I start is that Representative Nicole Claridis Detria may not be able to be with us this afternoon because of the length of this public, the public official testimony time. And she sincerely apologizes for that, but we both represent the town of Seymour, as well as I represent the town of Shelton, the city of Shelton, also on the Metro North Waterbury line. So what this bill seeks to do is basically expand the service on the Waterbury line. I believe strongly in the importance of improving rail service in the state of Connecticut. In representing communities along the Waterbury line, I'm committed to representing the voices of residents who utilize that line and who could greatly benefit from further expansion, improvements, and capacity growth along that line. The Waterbury line has been overlooked for far too long by those in power. Rail service in the Naugatuck Valley in particular must be focused for Connecticut. There is so much more untapped potential in the Naugatuck Valley and surrounding communities. Enhancing this rail service can help us nurture and develop those opportunities. Increasing rail capacity is vital to economic development and job growth in our region. Especially during this time of increased hardship, public transit and job development must be prioritized. Connecticut has already initiated an infrastructure improvement project to install a traffic control signal system, implement positive train control, and construct passing sidings at 4 locations along the line, with investments of totaling approximately $90 million. But we need to do more to ensure that the state's investment is fully leveraged. We must have a commitment to finish the work started by the DOT. Upgrading existing rail equipment, acquiring new needed equipment, and expanding service to better help our residents get where they need to go must be part of the conversation and development to generate the economic and job growth our communities can support. Before the pandemic, annual ridership on the Waterbury line increased from about 178,000 in 2004 to 345,000 by 2018-19, a 94% increase. After adding just one new inbound trip in the morning, ridership jumped 34%. And we can do much better than that. Limited service makes it difficult to make connections, and we need more improvements to the unreliable equipment and on-time performance and overall rider experience. The pandemic has created new and unique challenges for all people. Now more than ever, it is important to invest in developments that will make it easier to grow jobs and rebuild our economy. Transportation funding is a major issue in Connecticut as we all work to identify the best course of action to move our state forward and invest more in infrastructure improvements and modernization. I have and continue to support proposals to invest in transportation that do not ask more from our already overburdened taxpayers, and I hope to see a bipartisan effort to advance our shared goals. The Waterbury line must be part of that conversation, and it is also must be prioritized within the current DOT resources. Thank you for the opportunity to share my support for rail investment and specifically for taking action to improve the Waterbury line. Questions?
Thank you, Senator Kelly, for your testimony today and for helping to lead the charge on the Waterbury rail line. This is certainly something that the caucus itself has done a great job building local support, bipartisan support at the Capitol, and having the general public and potential business investors and property owners speak eloquently about the vision that they have for the towns and stations along the rail line. And I know you are owed quite a bit of honor for helping to lead that. I see Representative Rabimbas has a question for you, and I know if I individually call out all the legislators who've contacted me about the Waterbury rail line, I may run out of time here. But I just want to say, between Representative Rabimbas, Representative Reyes, Representative Rochelle, I've heard numerous pleas for continued support on this issue over the years. I think, frankly, not only has the caucus made the case, and I see Mayor Hess is scheduled to speak later on today as well. Not only have the local first selectmen and mayors made the case, and the Waterbury Rail Caucus made the case, the business owners who come before us talking about the investment they're willing to make in our state have made the case, and the ridership. If you get our Commissioner Richard Andruski, Deputy Commissioner, Bureau Chief, for Public Transportation, speaking about the experience of COVID, the first thing he brings up every time is the way that the ridership on the Waterbury rail line has outperformed every other rail line in the state. And that's, I think, what you see in the governor's budget proposal is respectful of what they've seen there. And the governor's budget proposal actually envisions adding millions of dollars more to improve service up and down the corridor. And I think that's out 2 months is ensuring that they those dollars materialize for the rail line to enhance that service that we know is working. We know it's working. You don't have to come here asking us if you build it, it'll come. We know it works. We've put in some of the money and it's started to work. And so I think we're in a good spot to advocate on behalf of the Waterbury rail line. I think we've done a great job building bipartisan support, and I just want to thank you for highlighting it here today. Representative Rabimbas, followed by Representative Meskers.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think literally you just took the words out of my mouth. You did a very eloquent job in highlighting all of the good work that has gone into this by so many different representatives. So let me just take this opportunity to thank the leadership of this committee, both the chairmans as well as the ranking members, for recognizing the hard work and study that has gone into the Waterbury rail line, not only the caucus, but all these proposals in the sense of making sure that we truly have the service and the reliability of those trains for the public. And as you just eloquently highlighted, the fact that the ridership throughout this pandemic is the highest of all the lines just shows the absolute need that people, even in light of the restrictions, needed to have that transportation, whether that was to get to work or visit family throughout this pandemic. I think that's, certainly important. So the riders are reliable. They are there, and they certainly will increase. We had an amazing meeting in our caucus recently, and certainly Senator Henry Martin, he wants to see hard facts of those, those riders. And just today we launched a survey, and amazingly the response already of that survey that I'll look forward to sharing on behalf of the Waterbury Rail Line Caucus with, legislators moving forward, that truly there is a desire and need for those improvements for a higher ridership from individuals who just casually used it, but opted not to on a regular basis because of the lack of service, or individuals who simply, it didn't fit their schedule, so they didn't use it, but want to use it. So that's important. And again, to your point, Mr. Chairman, thankfully for the governor's office administration, the Department of Transportation, we are very grateful that they too are supportive of this effort and actually budgeting for it. Look forward to the support of this committee. And then certainly Senator Kelly, thank you so much for your testimony, your advocacy on this behalf, certainly not only for the districts that you represent, but even now, so as we know the impact, economic impact that this can have for the state of Connecticut, for the developments along the rail line, is a very positive one. So thank you, Senator, for your leadership and continued support of these efforts, and just look forward to working with everyone collaboratively. It's an amazing project that this caucus has in such a bipartisan manner, proudly working together on this issue for the greater, state of Connecticut. And I'm proud to have my co-chair and serving on this committee for the very first time, and my co-chair, Jerry Reyes, also on this committee, that hopefully will also be assets of any other questions or informations that anyone may need. We're here for you in order to help us do what we need to do for this line. So Senator, thank you for taking the time away from your busy schedule to testify here today. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, for eloquently, literally taking the words out of my mouth. And thank you for your support.
I apologize for that, Representative Bimbis. Representative Meskers.
So I'll start off by just saying ditto to make it easier and less painful for all of you. I want to thank Senator Kelly, the chairs of this committee, Bimbis, for your work on this. I think it's so important. Coming from the southernmost part of the state, I showed up at the last committee meeting. I think they were looking, saying, what the hell is he doing up here, looking at the Danbury line, the Waterbury line. And I think the bottom line is that the growth of the state, the economic development of the state, is a big concern for all of us, particularly those in Fairfield County, because what we look at is economic growth and the tax burden. And anything we can do to foster further economic development up through the entire state, and I think these rail lines and transportation are key to that. So you can count on my support for these efforts to connect our ridership to the jobs and the opportunities in the state. And I want to thank all of you for the effort you're doing here. This is my first time on the committee. I'm impressed with the effort that we're trying to make to move this state into the 21st, or I guess 22nd century. I get lost on where we are exactly, but thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Representative Meskers, Representative Bimbis, and Chairman Lamar. Thank you very much for your comments. I couldn't agree more. And it is the result of a lot of collaboration, I believe. It starts with the governor, it's the DOT, but it's also this committee and the Waterbury Line Caucus, and working in a very collaborative, cooperative, and bipartisan manner, staying focused on the issue and need of our residents. And I think it's exemplified here. And we'd like to see this continue, because if there's one thing that this has shown, is that with a little bit of effort, we can get a lot of opportunity in the Naugatuck Valley, and that's all we're asking for. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this afternoon.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Senator Kelly? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Take care.
Next, we have Alex Slacky, followed by Charles Rothenberger. Alec, you're in. Yeah, there you go.
All right, I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone, chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, members of the committee, staff, and members of the public that are watching. My name is Alex Slacky, I'm Director of Public and Government Affairs for AAA Northeast. I'm here testifying on behalf of both AAA clubs of Connecticut, the AAA Allied Group, as well as AAA Northeast, and we're here to support the rear seatbelt provision in HB 6484. We strongly support this provision. It's something that AAA has long advocated for seatbelt use in all seats, and we think the rear seatbelt bill will do a lot to enhance traffic safety on Connecticut roadways. We've got a large coalition of over 100 first responders, law enforcement, fire, EMS, the folks who see the aftermath of crashes, as well as nurses and doctors and hospitals and public health officials who know what happens when they have to treat someone who's been injured. There's a lot of support for this law, and they know just how important it is and just how big of a difference seatbelts make in the back seat, just as well as the front seat. In the back seat, you're twice as likely to be killed, 8 times more likely to be seriously injured if you're unbelted. And to NTSB member Hamondy's point earlier, you're twice as likely to kill or injure someone in the front seat if you are unbelted, due to kind of that backseat bullet phenomenon. If you're going to be unbelted, you're just going to keep going until you meet a force, and that force is the seat in front of you. So I'm going to try to share a screen of a crash test. Let's see if it works. All right, hopefully that's sharing. And I'm just going to play a couple of seconds of it, and you'll see the unbelted go flying into the driver. So I'm stopping it there and I'll stop sharing. But you can see just how big of a difference there is in the intrusion to the driver. So it doesn't just affect you if you don't wear a seatbelt, it affects the other occupants in the car and other folks driving on the road as well. Because if you get hit into from behind, if you're a driver, you're not going to be able to control that vehicle. And to Representative Carney's point earlier about Connecticut data, I don't have Connecticut data specific to the rate of usage in the backseat. I have data about crashes and injuries, and we know since 2010 there have been more than 60 fatalities and more than 2,000 injuries among Connecticut adults who were unbelted in the back seat. And the point about, you'd think if you buckle up in the front seat, you'd be likely to buckle up in the back seat just as well. I think that makes sense, and it has a lot of logic to me. But there was a survey done by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration of young drivers that found that 89% of them buckled up when they were driving all the time, 82% buckled up when they were front seat passengers, but only 57% buckled up when they were backseat passengers. So people do behave differently depending on which seat they're in, and we'd like to see that.
On economic impact, and that's a part of the very thorough process that.
Sorry about that. And we know young drivers are more likely to be killed or injured in crashes while they're unbelted in the backseat. They suffer a disproportionate number of those injuries, but older adults are at risk as well. I think the oldest fatality in the past decade was 89 years old in Connecticut. So we know rear seatbelt laws work. We know states that have them have higher usage rates than states that don't. And we hope that 2021 is the year when we can pass this life-saving legislation. I've submitted written testimony that has some more information, but happy to answer any questions. And also just to note that we are also supportive of the efforts of DOT and other stakeholders in the state to advance automated vehicle technology. AAA sits on the task force that was mentioned earlier, and we're happy to continue that collaboration with the state and any other relevant stakeholders to promote consumer safety with those vehicles. So with that, thanks, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Alex, for your testimony today, for highlighting a number of issues that we can work through. I just have to say, before we get into some questions, I see Representative Carney, Representative Meskers. We are considering in our committee meeting later today the pedestrian safety bill that you testified a great deal on about a month ago. And I just want to thank you for a lot of the insight and input you provided at that moment. If you get a chance later on today to review it, you'll see a lot of the program elements that you mentioned. We actually incorporated into the camera programs there. So it might be interesting to see how we try to take the recommendations that you made about best practices in other states and put them into Connecticut's program. So just wanted to thank you for that before we move too forward.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I was watching earlier, and I'm definitely excited to read the bill and excited about a lot of the provisions that are in there.
Representative Meskers, followed by Representative Carney. And oops, hold on a second. What am I doing? Representative Carney, followed by Representative Meskers.
Okay, well, I would have been okay if Representative Meskers went first, but thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alec, for coming today and for your advocacy. I appreciate a lot of things you had to say regarding the lower, I guess, for people who you would normally think would buckle up in the front aren't doing so in the back. And I was a little concerned with some of the things you mentioned about younger drivers. So I guess my question is, I know AAA puts together a pretty comprehensive driver's ed program. Are younger drivers being taught about rear seatbelt safety at all?
I think so. I mean, I can speak for our programs that I know we certainly mention, occupant safety is important, being important in every seat of the vehicle. And I would venture to say that probably every driver education program in the state is doing the same thing. Unfortunately, the problem is when you forget those lessons when you're driving around with some friends, and there's that peer pressure to not do it. And I will say, it's the young drivers that are disproportionately killed or injured, but it's certainly not exclusively the young drivers that are not wearing their seatbelts. I have friends that I've driven around, and if I'm driving, you're wearing a seatbelt or you're getting out of the car if you're in the back seat. And I actually had a friend who I had to tell her a few times, and she got the message eventually. And then later she was actually riding in a yellow cab in Manhattan, and she was wearing her seatbelt. I guess I drilled that lesson into her. And, she said she was not injured because of that. And the stats show that the number one way to get, I think this is an IAH survey, the number one way to get someone to buckle up in the back is if the driver tells them to do that. The number two way is to pass a rear seatbelt law. And so, we can't control number one, but we can control number two.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you so much, Alec, for coming here. And I'm sure we'll have additional conversations as the legislative session goes along.
Great.
Representative Meskers.
I assumed I was bumped on seniority and not on age, because I might have won on age, I suspect. So Alex, look, I thank you for the commentary. I'm new to transportation and I'm new to insurance. So I'll pass this comment on to you and to our chair, Lamar. I think when we look at some of the issues we discuss, whether on a broad base across all of our committees about mandates and unfunded mandates and requirements in the state's reach. So I think in this, what I'm looking at is I think the traffic safety studies and the observations are pretty compelling. I think the next step, and I don't want to gum up this legislation, I think is important both between transportation and insurance to look at what the potential impacts are for our residents as purchasers of insurance policies. Because if we're improving, whether it's the traffic cameras or these speed cameras on the interstates, if we're looking at the seatbelt mandates, we ought to have a serious conversation between our transportation committee and our insurance committee to ask where we can legislate and control to drive down the cost of our insurance product, which is, it sounds colder because it's numeric, but if the ultimate goal is the safety of our residents, if we can provide the right context, we can do something really constructive in both driving down the cost of the insurance policy, improving the outcomes in the accident. So I really support you in your effort there. And I would encourage you, as you go on any advocacy, that we kind of look at that impact it may have on insurance. So I wanted to thank you for the testimony. I thought the video, I'm glad it was with dummies because it wasn't particularly wasn't a good video to watch when you get the impact and you imagine there were people involved. So thank you very much.
Thanks, and I'm happy to look into that insurance information. And I agree about the video. It's just a lot better than I could, for sure.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. And just a note, Rep. Meskers, that the Assurance Association of Connecticut will be testifying before us later today, so we can certainly help maybe bring up this issue with them as well. With that being said, thank you, Alex, for your testimony today. And we'll be talking to you soon. Next, we have Charles Rothenberger, and then we have a few folks who've rejoined us who were earlier in the list. So after Charles, I'll go to you, Mr. Clerk, and you can help determine who's here now that wasn't here earlier. So Charles, you're up.
Well, thank you, Chairman Lamar, and good afternoon to Ranking Member Summers and Carney and the other members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Charles Rothenberger. I'm the Climate and Energy Attorney with Save the Sound. And just want to begin by saying we really appreciate the committee's historical support of the CHEAPR program and its interest in improving and in strengthening it as reflected in this bill. Save the Sound is happy to provide these comments on HB 6485. Which directs the CHEAPR board to explore ways to improve the equitable distribution of the EV grants. And at the outset, we should note that the board has just recently, in the past few weeks, taken significant steps in this direction. It recently approved a revised program structure that provides enhanced rebates for low and moderate income customers, and also includes a dedicated low and moderate income rebate for used EVs. We were an advocate for both of those equitable design elements, which will certainly broaden the base of customers who might consider and hopefully purchase an electric vehicle rather than a polluting conventional vehicle. That being said, you've heard this before, the board did fail to restore the base incentive rebate levels to their pre-2019 levels, which is when the program was really effective. And I understand the committee did provide a dedicated source of funding for the program to the greenhouse gas mitigation fee, but the program has really struggled despite that. It's only getting $3 million of that fee, not the entire thing. And as noted in the LMI program, the scope of the program really has expanded. So at the same time, we have a set pot of money, we're trying to do more things with it. And as we've said before, we would love certainly to be able to get more of that greenhouse gas mitigation fee dedicated to the CHEAPR program. We would also suggest that the scope of this study probably should be included. We support the study structure, but we think it should probably also include as a second element, looking at what level of program funding would actually be necessary in order to place the state on track to meet our EV targets, right? Rather than picking an arbitrary number, let's sort of look at the numbers, where we need to go from a climate and environmental perspective, what our targets are, and what level of funding would likely support that. The most recent analysis has really been, what can we do with the money available, rather than how much funding do we need, which is really the important and critical question. So we would recommend revising the language to include that second study component. Just because I know you're going to hear some comments about electric bicycles, we would caution changing the language of this bill to explicitly call them out. I understand everybody likes electric bicycles, but at its core, the CHEAPR program is really a climate and emissions reduction program. And we certainly have some skepticism about how effective electric bicycles are really going to be in terms of getting people out of their cars, whether that's a conventional vehicle, whether it's going to be a substitute for an EV. It just doesn't seem to be that Connecticut is really a place where that would be an effective solution. which is not to say that, there may not be a role for increasing access to electric bicycles, but I'm not sure the cheaper program is necessarily the right vehicle for that. But certainly that should be something that should be part of the study contemplated in this language. I think it would be premature to dictate electric bicycles at this stage until we really know if they are a climate solution. But with that, we'll be submitting written comments as well to support all of these points, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Charles, both for your advocacy on this issue over the last few years, your organization's advocacy on this issue for almost a decade now, trying to become a national leader in how we implement this program has been our goal, to make sure that we're making the strategic investments and making sure that this program is actually delivering on its promise is, I think, all of our priority, certainly for your organization, which helped push for it, and certainly for me, who helped lead its passage. I want to make sure it actually lives up to what we were talking about as we were constructing this a few years ago. And dedicating towards this program, I thought was a great way to ensure its longevity. But I think you highlighted a lot of the concerns that members have when they look at it. And I think this study will help prove out that investments, smart investments through this program would make a lot of advances in improving air quality and ensuring that folks who are wanting to help us achieve our long-term obligations have the financial capacity to do so. And the current structure, I think, doesn't necessarily help those that we're most concerned about afford to buy electric vehicles. And so that's why the equity component of it was something I wanted to ensure was part of this. And I wanted as many ideas as possible on the table. And that's why I thought the study process was a good idea. And another bill, Representative Carney, is actually trying to get to the same issue because we do collect a lot of money through a clean air fee that isn't necessarily dedicated in this vein as well. So I think, we're looking at this from a variety of different avenues. How do we really support our clean air goals and our electric vehicle procurement goals and make sure that we're hitting our targets? And I appreciate your work on this.
Yeah, well, you make a lot of great points. We certainly look forward to engaging in the study process as a stakeholder and helping with that work. And to your point about the other bill that you're also considering, from your seat as a legislator, that the Connecticut public actually will support and embrace fees for things that they care about, right? But they sometimes feel a little poorly used when those fees then get diverted to other purposes. So we appreciate you taking a look at that issue as well.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Rothenberger? Seeing none. Thanks again, Charles.
All right. Thank you, Roland. Appreciate it.
I'm going to turn over to Senator Cassano at this point. And before I do, Phil, you might need to highlight some of the folks who've rejoined it that we may have missed earlier in the meeting.
Yes, so I believe it's Stephen Samilla and David Glidden were called earlier. We weren't able to get them, but they're in the room now. So I believe, Stephen, if you can hear us, if you could unmute, you can begin.
All right, well, thank you for having me back. Sometimes doing these testimonies is like a wild card as far as when you're gonna get picked, but had to work today. So anyway, I wanted to come here and voice my support for SB 576 for increased service on the Waterbury line. I signed on just as Senator Kelly was signing off, so I'm sure this has been talked about at length, but I thought I'd share just a couple of things. So when I first moved to Naugatuck, I was working in South Norwalk, and South Norwalk's kind of a hike. So I thought I'd take the train to work, but I didn't work a typical 9-to-5 schedule. And that idea quickly got shattered because I would be able to get to work, but I couldn't get home on the train. So instead I had to drive every day, adding to congestion on Route 8 and I-95, increasing carbon footprint and, beating up my car. So I grew up in Milford, where traveling by train was pretty commonplace, but here in the Valley, the conversations about trains are met with usually frustration and even dismissive laughter. So there's a clear need for increased service. Out of all the branch lines in Connecticut, the Waterbury line's ridership had decreased the least during the pandemic in 2020. And because of inadequate transportation, our region in the Naugatuck Valley has been pretty isolated from the rest of the state. But an increase in train service would give us a great opportunity to become better connected with the shoreline and by extension, New York. It would make our own town of Naugatuck and the region more attractive for commercial and residential investment. And I'm sure you've already heard by now that there are investors who have expressed a real interest in creating transit-oriented development up and down the valley. And that's certainly due in part to our proximity to the rail, but also we have an sort of an entrepreneurial revival happening in places like Church Street in Naugatuck and Main Street in Ansonia. In Naugatuck, the footprints of these bygone factories downtown, right next to the train line, are in perfect position to create a more robust business community and help shoulder the tax burdens that the old factories have left behind and left on our backs as homeowners. Naugatuck is among the most economically distressed municipalities in the state. The mill rate is crippling to many families and stifles economic progress. So as a member of the finance board in Naugatuck, I can tell you how anxious we are for the day Naugatuck will no longer need to rely so heavily on state assistance to fund our town and our schools and to make the tax burdens on our hardworking families more bearable. So I think it's not an exaggeration to say that the future of Naugatuck's economic future is in your hands with this bill. I don't know if that's too dramatic, but I believe that. So thank you for your time. Thank you for considering SB 576. And when I signed on, I heard a lot of nice things about the Waterbury rail line. So I'm confident that this is going to be a well-supported endeavor.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
It was interesting when Senator Kelly spoke. It reminded me of probably one of my favorite movies, Field of Dreams. The line that we all remember more than any, if you build it, they will come. And the return that you've seen on the use of that line is a perfect example of that, the Waterbury line, perfect example of if you build it, they will come. A 34% increase is dramatic. And it shows that, it shows the very simple thing is that they said in that movie, invest, build it, it'll work. And we have to think that way more. We're too cautious too many times of what we're doing. Questions of David? Representative Rebimbus.
Thank you, Senator. And Senator, I'll take this opportunity as well to thank you personally, then virtually, for raising this bill and your support of the Waterbury rail line as well. No questions, just really wanted to thank Steve for taking the time away from his job to be able to testify here with us. I've had, very good conversations with Steve regarding the Waterbury rail line, so I do know that it's something that he's very passionate about. So Steve, thank you obviously for taking the time to testify, for your service on the finance board. As you said, our mill rate is certainly crippling. So, I know you've got a lot of budget battles here to come, and certainly I think, and once again, in a bipartisan manner, which we've always done, not only locally, but on the state delegation, working together to make sure that this Waterbury rail line certainly will be a big help in regards to developments and bringing all the way up and down the valley and then statewide in that regard. And no pressure to the committee members on the fact that this is Naugatuck's future too, as Steve pointed out, correctly so. It's certainly the future of Naugatuck. And again, the hopes is this is one step forward to the future plans that we have to have this actual become a passenger rail all the way up to Torrington. So lots of good things in the works and a lot of bipartisan support and working together both locally and on the state level. And certainly whenever possible, engaging our federal delegation as well. So Steve, thank you for taking the time. Senator, thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone else? Any other members? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up.
Stephen Sanella. Stephen, if you can hear us.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh,
I just went.
sorry, just finished with you. It should be David Glidden next.
Hello, chairs, distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. Thanks for the second opportunity this afternoon to get in to testify. My name is Dave Glidden. I'm the Executive Director of CSEA, SEIU Local 2001, which is a labor union representing thousands of Connecticut workers, both in the public and private sectors. I come to you today to offer testimony in opposition of Senate Bill 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. As I understand it, Senate Bill 920 seeks to strip out from current law all of the existing limits, transparency, and due diligence relating to the state's use of P3s. Rudimentary research into P3s reveals that they can either be quite successful or they can be costly failures with long-lasting negative impact. Of course, there are many factors that determine the fate of a P3 project, but one thing is very clear. P3 projects that are not properly vetted or scrutinized, that don't have requisite government oversights, are far more likely to land in that category of long-lasting failure. In short, special care should always be taken to ensure that a proposed P3 contract is cost-effective and is not laden with tricky provisions that benefit the private entity and leave the public exposed, vulnerable, or generally on the short end. Current law provides for that special care, but this bill seeks to remove it all. Currently, P3s are statutorily restricted both in number and in scope. Specifically, their usage is limited to 5 projects and may only be utilized in educational, health, or housing facilities, transportation systems, or any other kind of facility authorized by the General Assembly. This proposed legislation looks to remove all of those limitations, even though to date, the state has not even done one P3 project. Legislators previously insisted on those limitations as a means to cautiously ease into the use of P3s and to monitor how they work. And considering that no such projects have been undertaken and Connecticut has no track record whatsoever with P3s, it's unwise to remove these key protections for taxpayers. Similarly, current state law restricts public-private partnerships to no more than 50 years. 50 years is a long time, but not long enough for Senate Bill 920, which deletes that limitation in its entirety. If Senate Bill 920 becomes law, Connecticut could be locked into P3s for an indefinite period of time. I submit to you that one of the worst things the General Assembly could do is enact measures like this that could potentially harm Connecticut citizens for generations to come. Senate Bill 920 also states that the governor shall approve any such project unless the governor finds that the project will result in job creation and economic growth. This is incredibly vague and incredibly limited. What will the framework for determining that a project will result in job creation and economic growth be? Will the governor make the reasoning behind the determination public, or will we have to take his or her word? What are the benchmarks for determining a sufficient amount of job creation and economic growth? It's certainly not clear. Rather, this proposed provision has the ring of one of those statutory passages that's intended to make citizens feel comfortable, but that are basically ignored once they're enacted. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, Senate Bill 920 eliminates the requirement that public-private partnerships adhere to provisions of Section 4E-16 of Chapter 62 of the General Statutes. That section is at the heart of Connecticut's clean contracting laws. Those provisions which require the involvement of the State Contracting Standards Board are critical to protecting the public interest. Many of us remember well the darkest hours, the darkest chapter of our state's failure.
Hey, David, I hate to interrupt you, but you're right against your time limit. If you could kind of wrap up your final thought, and we'll
right there. I'm getting right there. Many of us remember those darkest days. It wasn't that long ago. Since those days, the state has made some key strides to improve how business is conducted. By creating the State Contracting Standards Board, the General Assembly took a major step toward transparent, accountable, and above all, wise contracting. This proposed legislation, as currently drafted, would be a step backward, and we urge you to vote no on Senate Bill 920 in its current form. I've submitted written testimony that is a little bit more detailed than what I've just provided. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any questions? Any members of the legislature? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Lug.
I believe it's going to be Representative Kara Rochelle. Just give me a minute to get her into the room. And Representative, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Ready whenever.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here today. I know that many of you have heard all the impassioned speeches about the Waterbury train line today. And so I'm not going to read my testimony directly off to you, but I want to touch on a few points, some that you may have heard of and some you may not have heard of yet. First, I want to thank Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, Representative Sims, and Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and all the members of the Transportation Committee. I know that this has been a focus for you, especially in recent years. And so thank you for your serious thought and consideration on this. I'm testifying in SB 576 and really to show support for 576 and for all of the other bills, including the governor's proposal to increase transportation funding to the Waterbury line, HB 5839, which is in the Finance Committee, and HB 6077, which is also in this committee. They all serve the purpose of increasing train service on the Waterbury line and creating station improvements, as some of the stations don't currently have raised platforms and other amenities that we see on other lines in the state of Connecticut. The impact on this region would be stark. Currently on the Waterbury train line, you have the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 22nd most economically distressed municipalities in the state of Connecticut. And at the same time, you have a tremendous amount of potential for growth. And so I'm going to share with you a piece of information. I actually just emailed the YouTube link to the chair of the committee. That way he has it for his records. And I hope that he will share it with all of you. But the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments recently did a transportation-oriented development presentation. They brought in a firm to really do a deep dive and analysis of the economic impact of increasing service on the Waterbury line. And what they found, based on average size of an apartment, average business mix in a normal region around a train line, is that just from Shelton to Naugatuck, excluding Waterbury, there would be $12.3 million square feet in developable space. And that is the half-mile radius around each train station added together. In addition, that would accumulate to 15,400 potential new residents in the region and 17,500 potential new jobs. That's pretty stark. I'm happy to share those details with you. This was a deep dive analysis that was done. And that does not include the Waterbury proper, which, as you can imagine, would be millions of square feet in additional developable space. I also want to share with you a little bit more specifically about my region in Ansonia and Derby. My region is the number 5 most economically distressed municipalities. But we have, as we speak, developers who are in various stages of adding additional apartments within walking distance of the train line. One is pretty much across the street in Ansonia. You can see it and walk there in 30 seconds before your coffee gets cold. And in Derby, you have one that's across the street and across the street and about a block down. And between the two, there's about 270 apartments going into downtown Ansonia and another 80 or so going into downtown. Downtown Derby is 270 apartments, downtown Ansonia is 80 apartments. And that's just essentially across the street from the station. It is also worth knowing that we have 116 acres of downtown development zone in the Ansonia Brass site, which is also within walking distance of the train station. And we do have developers that have shown much more interest in the past few months, specifically because they know that these trains are likely coming and they want to be at the forefront of redevelopment. And so this is not when we talk about the development, that the potential that it's here, it's real. It's starting, and this investment will go a long way for both the valley and for the state long-term to change this region for the good. So I will leave it there. I know you've heard so much about the Waterbury train line. I do want to put one piece of information down. I do hope that the final provision will incorporate information from all of the bill proposals. The DOT has done extensive work over recent years to prepare us for this increased service. The SB 576 bill did have a few, I think it was just kind of typos that was in it. So I want to make sure that we're including all the stations in the list of what should be, what stations should have improvement, which would include Ansonia, which wasn't listed. And also want to make sure that it's noted that Derby and Shelton is one station. It's a Derby Shelton station, not two separate stations. Any questions?
Any questions of the representative?
Yes, I do.
Seeing none? Whoop.
Yes, I do. Mr. Chair, thank you. Senator Rochelle, just a couple of questions regarding the information you have. Who did those studies and where did you get your information from?
ACOM was hired by the Naugatuck Valley Council of Governments to do this study, and they used traditional standards for what is an average size apartment in a transportation-oriented development zone, which is between 1,000 and 1,100 feet. Includes average business mix, so they used national and regional standards for creating this. I did forward the YouTube link. I'll be happy to forward it to all of you. This presentation is about 30 minutes long. It's rather dry, but about 30-minute mark is where you'll hear the presentation on this data.
Yeah, if you would please, because I know I've asked for
Absolutely.
some information in the past, as well as I just want to, I'm hoping that provides current zoning regulations regarding the densities. Sometimes these numbers get skewed a little bit based on acreage and based on, density allowed in certain zones. And it's important that we get correct and accurate information when we look at this.
Yep.
But thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. Thank you for hearing us out.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Representative Rochelle, thank you very much for your testimony. Also,
Thank you.
I want to point out that you've mentioned several times the Naugatuck Regional Council. They've done a magnificent job of working together. And it was a few years ago, there were questions about whether these cogs could actually function. I think they've probably done more to bring communities together to function as one. That's how we get things done. And so I'm really pleased to hear of their efforts, because that's what we were looking for, and it's nice to see it. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Phil, who's next?
The next speaker should be Ed Johansson. Mr. Johansson, if you could hear us, if you could unmute and start your camera.
Mr.
Can you hear
Johansson?
me okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Welcome.
How you doing? My name is Ed Johansson. I'm owner of a couple repair facilities in the Vernon area. We participate in towing for state police and local police. And I'm here to speak out against SB 921. But basically, they're wanting free storage for some of these vehicles that we tow in. And I just don't see how that's even fair. I mean, I guess this bill came up last year and they considered it and it got squished. But here it is again this year, reared its ugly head. And it seems like every year the business gets tougher and tougher and the bottom line gets trimmed every year. And this, during a pandemic year, I mean, we're down to probably 40% of what we used to do for business. And, now they want to make it so we can't charge storage on cars we tow in. I just don't see that being fair. And I don't know who presented the bill, but it just seems very lopsided. We got bills to pay. I got employees. I got taxes. I got a large mortgage. That's about it. I just want to make my voice heard that I'm strong opposition to this bill, and that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Questions? Any representatives or senators? Seeing none. Ed, thanks for your testimony, and we will look into that bill for you.
Thank you.
Next up.
The next speaker should be Mayor Hess. I believe Mayor Hess has joined our chat. Wonderful. Yes, we can. Begin when you're ready.
All right, so I'm Pete Hess, Mayor of Naugatuck, and I'm here in support of the Waterbury branch line. And I have listened to what has happened so far, so I'm not going to say anywhere near as much as I was before. I think the previous speakers have done a great job on the Waterbury branch line. Just going to emphasize a couple of points. You know, when they talk about the very impressive ridership numbers, we have to remember that they're talking about numbers calculated at a time when we didn't have a real commuter line. And as Steve Samela said, you could go somewhere, but you couldn't get back. So even though the Waterbury branch line is doing well, when we have a real effective commuter line, when we go from 15 to 22, and you can go somewhere and get back, it's just going to be that much more effective and better. And secondly, you know, the untapped land that Senator Kelly was talking about, the raw land, that's what distinguishes the valley from other parts of Connecticut with rail. We have land that is raw, undeveloped, right on the rail line, ready to go. You know, Kara mentioned those studies. They don't need studies. You know, they've done 10 studies before this one. All you have to do is look with your eyes and see the raw land and the projects ready to go on the Waterbury branch line. So I could talk about that for days, but I'm not gonna. But listening this morning, another very interesting point came up, and I'll just take 1 minute to give you some exciting news that can make all of your lives better if you want to help fund our transportation programs. So Rich Andreski was talking about the CSS acquisition of Pan Am and Freight Rail. Well, he didn't describe it right because the whole ball game just changed last Friday. And you have to remember that Pan Am Railroad does not include the rail line from Ayer, Mass to Berlin and down to Naugatuck, the inland port of Naugatuck or New Haven. That rail line is controlled by Pan Am Southern. Pan Am Southern is controlled by Norfolk and Southern Railroad, who is a competitor of CSX. So last Friday, in the federal paperwork for the acquisition, Norfolk and Southern selected G&W, the Genesee and Wyoming rail lines, to operate the Pan Am Southern lines, which include the very lines we're talking about. So this is new and exciting for many reasons, but G&W is going to create, they just announced it Friday, a new rail line called Berkshire and Eastern. So you're going to hear that name in Connecticut. Berkshire and Eastern has the ability to connect Naugatuck, Central Connecticut to anyone along their line, which goes all the way up to Montreal, and Montreal covers the Canadian National Line. So when I hang up this afternoon, we're meeting with G&W Railroad, and we're going to try and recreate a new and better deal than we had with Pan Am and get them to commit to making improvements that are necessary from Berlin to Waterbury. And, you know, the magnitude of this is unbelievable because there's the
Pardon me,
potential.
Mr. Mayor, I hate to interrupt you, but you're right at about the time limit. If you could kind of wrap up your final thoughts and we'll move to question
All right.
and answers.
I'm going to wrap it up. What I'm talking about is 100 times bigger than the other things because we have the ability to connect Asia to Naugatuck, Central Connecticut. And when I say that, ships from Asia go to Long Beach and Los Angeles. They will now be able to go to Port Rupert, come across the Canadian National Railroad to Montreal, and come down here and create a large number of new potential customers, new developments for Connecticut. So I guess what I'm saying is I want to have a separate meeting with Chairman Lamar, whoever else is involved, DOT, Garrett Euclidito, John Andreski, and the commissioner to bring them up to speed on what's happening because it's huge and it's immediate and it's like happening as we speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hess, for your testimony and for your announcement. That's quite interesting and good news for the region. Are there questions of any members of the legislation?
Yes, I see hands from Representative Rubimbus and Reyes.
Representative Bimbus?
Thank you, Senator Casano. I will make it brief. I know the good mayor has another meeting that he has to go to, but Mayor, thank you obviously for taking the time to be here with us to testify, to provide that update. And certainly, you know, I know you've said it in the past and continue to say, and you said it now, that any member of this committee or the body or the legislative body, if you're ever interested in coming down to the Valley, we will be more than happy to show you the service we have, the plans for future service. And, you know, certainly Mayor Hess, to his credit, has always looked at the bigger picture. This truly, you know, this small investment could have, you know, as he put it, huge economic boom for the state of Connecticut. So certainly look forward to those future meetings in that regard. And as we keep talking about working in a bipartisan manner here on the state level, I have to highlight and commend all of the local leaders, all of the first selectmen and mayors up and down the Valley who have worked together for this line themselves. So it's an amazing effort that we have here, so much support. So again, Mayor Hess, thank you so much. Senator Casano, thank you very much, and look forward to seeing many of you down in the Naugatuck Valley to truly see all the great things that are taking place.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Senator Casano. Just wanted to again echo Representative Rubimbus and the Naugatuck Valley. The council has done a great job together, and I see that you pointed that out. It's very important. I think that the progress that's already been made and will continue to be made is because of the way the COG has worked together and the way the Waterbury Rail Caucus has worked together in getting this done. This is a perfect example of state projects going forward in a very positive direction, bipartisan, and getting things done for the better of all our constituents. So Mayor Hess, kudos to you, and Mayor O'Leary, and continued success, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you for your work.
I thought somebody else said. Senator Lopes.
Thank you. Mayor Hess, thanks for your testimony. I don't know if you were on earlier when I asked.
I did. That's why I said what I said, because I was so happy you brought that up.
I appreciate that. And I appreciate you also looking into this. Their answers seem to be a little bit, I don't know how to phrase it, but they seem to not be too, they're aware of the sale of the property, but, pardon, my cell phone's ringing. But they didn't, are they involved in any of the discussions, the meetings they're having?
Well, this just happened on Friday, and being someone who follows it regularly and is somewhat aggressive on these things, we set up a meeting. We're having our first conference call this afternoon, and it's huge. So we're going to bring everyone into the picture, but it's almost happening as we speak. The calls are just being made, and this connection and this announcement happened on Friday, and it creates a great case for Connecticut. And we're going to have new people we're dealing with, well-heeled people. You know, the Canadian National Railroad, Norfolk and Southern, G&W. These are well-heeled, large entities that are international. So we've got a lot of exciting possibilities. And, you know, I stopped talking about my first love, the Waterbury branch line, just because of your comment, because I had to jump in with that. But we need to get everyone involved right away and, you know, bring this to a point where we can move forward. And of course, part of that is spending the money to improve the line from, you know, Berlin to Waterbury. There's many other parts of it, but this is a great opportunity to bring all types of new international business to Connecticut. We have to take advantage of it, and we will. And anyone who wants to join the team, you're all welcome. You know, Rosa said it, you know, we have in Naugatuck, there's no red, there's no blue. We're not even bipartisan. We're nonpartisan. We're about business and making things better. So, everyone's invited. I'm going to call Garrett and John and the commissioner and get them involved right away. Your committee, whoever wants to get on board, we're ready to go.
I agree with you. And so, yeah, if DOT, I imagine, is listening in, that I really encourage them to be part of this process. This has tremendous potential for upside development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? I can't see any on the screen. Phil, any others? Seeing none.
I see Senator Martin has just raised his hand, unless that was from earlier.
Yes, thank you, Phil. Very quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. Pete, thank you so much for coming and testifying. I love what I just heard about this. There is no blue, there is no red. There is just anyone who wants to get on board, let's get on board. I think that's the approach that we should be taking going forward with anything that we do here at the state legislature. So thank you for leading the charge regarding pushing your Waterbury line and the development of that Waterbury line area as a whole. And I'm looking
And thank you for your
forward
help.
to out of this whole thing. You're very welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Mr. Mayor, again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Phil, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Senator Joan Hartley. Senator, if you can hear us, if you could unmute, we're ready for your testimony.
That's a great follow-up.
Good afternoon, folks. Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, good.
Yes, we can.
I can hear you without the microphone.
Oh, yes, probably so, Senator Cassano. Senator Cassano and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee, it is my pleasure to have an opportunity to appear before you this afternoon. For the record, I'm Joan Hartley, represent the 15th Senatorial District, which encompasses discussions that you've been having most recently here. That is, we encompass the city of Waterbury, Naugatuck, and Middlebury. And I am no doubt supporting SB 576, which is an act concerning the expansion of the passenger rail service of the Waterbury Branch Metro North commuter rail. Mr. Chairman, knowing that you have a very robust list of people signed up to speak, and that many of my colleagues and Mayor Hess so articulately, as well as Senator Kelly, and of course, Representative Robimbus and Representative Reyes, who are your committee members, have spoken much about the Waterbury rail line, and for good reason. There is much to talk about there on so many levels, but this being an issue that is first and foremost in the state of Connecticut, and that is connecting our people to their jobs, to their homes, and to their communities. The branch line, and I don't know if others mentioned this, was started in 1985 when the New Haven line was purchased. And there were 3 lines at that time, the Waterbury branch line being the longest of the 3 branch lines. It's 27 miles long. And please forgive me because I've been in other meetings if I'm being repetitive, others may have said this, but it's a primary transportation corridor in the Naugatuck Valley. It is the connector to the New York metropolitan area by virtue of rail. It's the longest of the 3 branch lines, and the population that it encompasses in the Naugatuck Valley, it borders above 250,000 people. And there's just been exponential growth that in this quarter, but in addition to this new COVID era that we're living in, we've seen an uptick in the migration from the metropolitan area into Connecticut, and specifically into this area, in large measure because of the quality of life there, because of the things that we offer in Connecticut, the housing stock, education, and the like. So it is the location for thousands of businesses, residential and industrial businesses, and A recent report issued by the Naugatuck Valley COG, which does a great job, by the way, promoting our area, identified the fact that this is the only other corridor, transportation corridor other than Route 8. And Route 8 on a daily basis has 80,000 vehicles which cross on the Route 8, and they measure this on the Commodore Hall Bridge. And the truth be known, anybody who travels that route will know and painfully know that in the morning it totally backs up between the bridge all the way back to Seymour, and in the evening, drive time on the way home, it's backed up from Shelton back down to the Merritt Parkway. So it is a very congested corridor, and to be able to open up and to expand the rail would make such an exponential difference. The COG report also identified the fact that, and this is pre-pandemic, and hopefully we're going to all be post-pandemic pretty soon, that there were 14,000 people who traveled from Bridgeport, New Haven, and Stamford on a daily basis from the Naugatuck Valley. And so then you just multiply that times 2, because you've got your morning drive, evening drive, you're up to 28,000 people traveling that route. And I'm sure others may have mentioned that even during this pandemic, the Waterbury branch line retained most of its ridership, or we retained the greatest percentage of ridership of all the branches. So people depend on this transportation mode. It's crucial to so many of them. And it, as I said, is surrounded by great housing stock. It is positioned, as Mayor Hess talked so explicitly about, it is positioned with exponential opportunity for economic development in view of the fact that there are numerous.
Senator, I hate to interrupt you, but we're right at about your time limit.
Oh,
Thank you.
How could that possibly be? I just want to conclude by saying that there's 120 million that's been invested in this. You cannot let that get shuttered. It needs to be leveraged, and that's what this bill is about. And I commend the governor and Commissioner Giletti, who also recognize this and have reflected this also in the 22-23 budget document. Thank you to the chairman and all the leadership in the Transportation Committee for your indulgences, and obviously I urge adoption. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hartley. Are there any questions from any legislators for Senator Hartley? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. Very thorough as usual. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Be well.
You too. Phil, next speaker.
Our next speaker should be Mr. Lou Mason. Lou, we have you in the room. If you could unmute and begin your camera, turn on your camera. Lou, can you hear us? I see him trying, but I believe we have the next speakers are Jeffrey Berger and Dimple Dasani from, if we can get them on. Jeff, can you hear us? What about Dimple? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. I think Jeff is joining now, so we'll just give him a few moments to get his camera on.
Yes.
Okay, it's Jeff Berger, am I?
Wonderful. Okay, you guys may begin.
Jeff, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Cassano. Good to see you again.
You too.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lamar, Senator Cassano, ranking members, and honorable members of the Transportation Committee. I'm here to speak in opposition of certain section of Raise Bill 6484. Again, my name is Jeffrey Berger. I am a State Properties Review Board member. I am accompanied by the board director, Dimple Desai, and his staff person, Thomas Durant. On behalf of Mr. Greenberg, the board chairman, and the board members, I'm here to express opposition to increasing the dollar threshold in line 11 under Raise Bill 6484. One of the purposes of this bill is to increase the dollar threshold of the proposal submitted to the board for review and approval from $5,000 to $10,000 under Section H of Section 13A-73.
Oh, they just asked you. You're supposed to testify.
Currently, the board reviews the Department of Transportation's acquisition and administrative settlements exceeding $5,000. By the way of background, the legislature established this bipartisan independent board in 1975 as a watchdog entity to ensure that the state's real estate acquisitions and leases would be in the state's best interest and free from political patronage, cronyism, personal spoil systems, and friendships. This is in a final report of the Subcommittee on Leasing of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations from January of 1975. It should also be noted that members of the committee and public have referred to the Contracting Review Board. They would have a role in this bidding process. But it should be noted that our board, SPRB, can provide oversight on contracts. So there's two separate entities that perform two separate functions. The board opposes 6484 for the following reasons. The board provides an independent oversight of the proposals from the department as the legislature has intended. For example, starting from 2017, the board has received approximately 62 proposals that had the value between $5,001 and $10,000. The average review time taken by the board per proposal for this time frame was less than 30 days. For about a dozen proposals, the board sought clarification from the department to make sure that costs and methods were appropriate. As far as the department statistics are concerned, and listening to the commissioner's testimony, his staff testimony, they talked about timeframes. The average time taken by the department for project initiation to submission to our board was more than 100 days. So it should be noted, the committee should take note that the board's turnaround time is less than 30 days once we receive the documents. DOT takes over 100 days. So to dispute the commissioner, it's not on SBRB's watch that there's a delay. Also, it should be noted, any fiscal impacts to the department as it currently submits proposals for the board review is non-existent. The board's review is very critical during these difficult fiscal times. It is the goal of the board to provide an oversight, accountability, transparency, and uniformity by reviewing proposals from the department, receiving taxpayers' funds as directed by the legislature and separate from the executive branch. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide the testimony on this wage bill, and the board opposes this change. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Jeff. Are there questions from any members of the legislature? Seeing none. Thanks again. Appreciate it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I did raise my hand. Sorry.
All right.
Repo Day.
Representative O'Day.
I can't see you on my screen, but please go ahead.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Berger, you
Yes, sir.
testify as almost like you've been here before. That was very enlightening.
Yeah, I've been waiting to speak with this illustrious committee for about 3 hours here, so it's been fun.
Well, I'm sorry to indulge the committee. I just wanted to say hello to my good friend, Mr. Berger. It's good to see you and very much appreciate your testimony and hope to see you more often as things lighten up.
Great,
Take
great.
care.
It's great seeing you too. You look great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for popping in here. It's great. Anyone else? Seeing none. Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Berger. Well appreciated.
Thank you, Senator. Have a great day.
You too. Phil, your next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lou Mason. Mr. Mason, looks like we have you on camera now. If you're able to unmute, we're ready for your testimony.
Good afternoon. This is Louis from Midtown Auto Body in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I guess there's some kind of law being proposed to stop us from getting a work order signed for the first 24 hours. There are quite a few problems with that. What if it's a minor repair? What does the people have to do? Wait to fix their car? Is somebody going to police it if I have somebody sign their work order in 23 hours and not 24? I kind of lost you on my screen. Do you still have me?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other issue is for people that are out of town that, we happen to go out for a municipality police department or the state police or something, and we tow in a customer and they're happy with us and they want us to fix their car and they live in New York. Now, what do they have to do? Come back to authorize a repair 24 hours later? Creates a lot of controversy. One thing it does do, though, it gives the insurance company a little more time to talk bad about us and steal the job for one of their own shops, is what really is the case.
Which one, North Main Street?
Hello?
I'm
And then just click the link that was sent to you, and I can resend that to you.
Yeah, hold on. I'm all garbled here.
Been up there so many years.
What's am I good? You trying there?
There we go.
All right, can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you, and it looks like you're on a Ferris wheel.
Oh, I got you now.
You're
How are
moving
you?
the phone. You're moving the phone a lot, Lou.
Oh, is that the problem?
There we go.
Well, you know what? In this pandemic, a Ferris wheel would be a nice place to be. So I don't know if you have any questions for me as to this proposed law.
Lou, it would be helpful. What is the current law right now?
Well, I believe there is none. I mean, we're businessmen. We tow in a customer or we meet somebody or somebody calls us because they looked us up on the internet. We go out and we service them and we fix their car. Naturally, state law says we have to get a signed work order. So we have them sign a work order. Now they're saying you got to wait 24 hours to sign a work order.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense. What do you do when somebody has a flat tire and you got to sell them a tire? We tow them in. We can't touch their car till tomorrow. There's a lot of variables here.
Good. Are there questions of any members of the legislature?
Yeah. Yep.
Seeing none? Lou, thanks for your testimony and particularly your comments in the end, very, very important. I don't think I want my car to sit there with a flat tire for 24 hours, so.
I know. Things would definitely have to be changed if they were going to go ahead with this. And hey, I appreciate the time to be able to talk to you and give you my opinion.
Thanks for coming in. Take care.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Clerk, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Don DeVivo, who should be appearing with Dominic Falco. Don, if you can hear us, if you could unmute and start video.
They have what's it called? They'll have a record. All right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, Don, we can hear you, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Sure. Unfortunately, we lost
Attorney Fulco, believe it or not, he's having his COVID vaccine right now and had to jump off. He will be jumping back on as soon as he's done, but I can certainly, answer questions in his stead. And if you have further questions, we can get him on later in the hearing. So we have submitted written testimony through Attorney Fulco. Obviously, I listened to the beginning of this meeting and there was, extensive discussion about the bus certificate issue. I know you guys have a long agenda and I don't want to waste your time by reading, testimony that you can read yourself that is in your hands. Gene Cronin from the Connecticut Bus Association also submitted testimony, and you should have access to that as well. I think what I would like to highlight is I think there were, several misstatements by the DOT this morning with regard to the situation. I mean, it's really not a clarification of the process. This bill would change the process. The other thing I think the commissioner said several times is that we're the only ones in Connecticut that have this type of certificate. Now, I haven't done a nationwide survey, but I can tell you for a fact that we operate under a certificate system in Massachusetts. It works well. We work at the department there. Actually, in the Massachusetts situation, we were subsidized, and they were unable to, a few years ago, they were unable to continue subsidy because of lack of funding. So we applied to the department to raise our fares, and we're still operating that route without subsidy from New Bedford to Boston every day, 7 days a week. And that's under a certificate system that's in place there. I heard a lot of discussion about public-private partnerships, and that's really what we're looking to do here. We really want to stay relevant and stay in business. And I will speak for the three operators that are involved that, we've been running these routes for 100 years in some cases, and we'd like to continue to do that. We think the ultimate end, if this legislation is passed, is that the private operators will go away and all the service will be operated by Connecticut Transit or by First Transit for Connecticut Transit. I think that there is a lot that can be done, and I heard Representative O'Day talk to the commissioner about the potential for the operators and DOT to get together. We welcome that. If there's any way you can broker that would be wonderful, because we haven't had any success in kind of cracking through the armor there at DOT. So with that, I know you guys have a very full agenda. I'll stop and answer any questions.
Are there questions from any members of the legislature? Seeing none?
No, I'm sorry.
Representative O'Day.
Is it Rep. Smith?
Representative Tom O'Day, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Tom. Yes, please proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't hear you there. I apologize.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. I apologize. Hello, Mr. DeVivo. How are you?
I'm very well, thanks you.
I had spoken with your attorney a while back. My understanding is that you heard the testimony from DOT that you've been involved in some mediation as recently as 5 weeks ago. Is that maybe just your attorney, or are you aware of that?
Well, I mean, we did go through a mediation process, which, in my particular case, we were supposed to. They said they were going to go in order and talk to, I believe it was Collins first, and then NBT, and then us. From my perspective, we never even got to a meeting. We had 2 meetings scheduled with DOT, and they got canceled. So as far as I'm concerned, we've never had a meaningful discussion with DOT on how to come to a final resolution on this.
When you
My-
say, I mean, I'm sorry, when you say never, have you had a sit down with anyone at DOT in the last 3 to 5 years?
3 to 5 years. I don't want to go back that far, but certainly nothing meaningful recently. Let's put it
Okay.
that.
And do you know who the judge was that you?
It was Judge Taylor. Was Judge McCousher is the judge that's holding the trial. Judge Taylor was assigned the mediation.
What's the status of? I know that there was an injunction that was entered so that the eminent domain was denied. What's the status of the litigation, to your knowledge?
So right now, the injunction is still in place. We're waiting for a final ruling from Judge McCousher. I think that ruling might be subject to appeals by both sides. Right now, the legislation, or sorry, the action in the courts is just kind of dragging along. The injunction is still in place at the moment.
And as I understand it, the Torrington route. Can you tell us what happened with the Torrington route?
Sure. So with Torrington, Kelly Transit, who I guess went by the name Nason Partners, but it's been Kelly for years, operated the Torrington and Winstead routes into Hartford. Kelly filed for bankruptcy. I think the bankruptcy was more related to his charter business than his commuter work, very honestly, but I don't want to speak for them. And when they closed the doors, we obviously heard about it and called DOT, said, hey, we're ready, willing, and able to operate that route for you from Torrington into Hartford. They said, oh no, we're all set. We're going to have Connecticut Transit do it. So Connecticut Transit's been operating the route since. They said, well, we're going to put it out to bid. So they did put it out to bid. We heard nothing. And then finally we FOI'd the bid results. DATCO was the low bidder. So we inquired from the department, what's going on. And they said, well, because of COVID, we're not going to award the contract right now. We have to, we have to see what the ridership is. But the reality is the route's been running exactly the same as it was since 2019. It's just Connecticut Transit's operating now instead of Kelly. So, I mean, the logic that they didn't award it because they had to do some evaluation didn't change the service at all. It just changed who's doing it. So, we felt we were the low bidder, should have been awarded that route, and it's never been awarded. And I think, again, that's, what we see them wanting to have these routes go to Connecticut Transit.
And just briefly, you heard the comments from DOT about the $4 million payment that's outstanding. That's to your company, correct?
4 million is just to my company. Yeah. So the story behind that is, in our contracts expired in June, where, we felt we were under the injunction to continue service. And there's actually a stipulated agreement that attaches to the injunction. DOT kind of unilaterally sent us contracts that said that upon execution of the contract, we had to give up our certificates, and they inserted that into the contract language. And obviously our attorney saw that and said, you can't sign this, because once you do that, you've given up once you sign the contract, you've given up your certificate. So, and the sad part was they never even told us they put it in there. We had to find it. So we went back to the judge, and I think Judge Taylor was involved. They subsequently removed that language because it was pretty much in violation of the injunction. And then they said, oh, well, we can't sign the contract because we have to have you fill out a new budget. So we filled out a new budget and said, okay, and that budget generated a dollar amount per hour. And then they said, well, that's too much. We said, well, we filled out your budget just the way you asked us to, and we still haven't. So then they came back and said, well, here's the number we're going to pay you, which was obviously less than we thought we should have. But we said, you know what, fine, we'll take what you're offering us because we haven't been paid. And subsequent to that, they said, well, we're going to have a meeting to discuss this and discuss it internally. I'm not sure what they're discussing. And since then, they've canceled 2 meetings with us to finalize the contract. So we're just getting stalled and delayed. And our fear is that we can't stop operating. We have to keep operating. We're in a situation where most of our motor coach fleet is shut down right now because of COVID. We're not doing charters. We're not doing field trips. We just keep getting delayed. But our fear is that if we were to stop operating, DOT would say, well, we've abandoned the routes. So therefore, we're just going to take them over. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, but we continue to operate without payment.
All right. I don't have any further questions. I would just ask that between us and the good chairman and ranking members, I'm hopeful that we can get the groups together to resolve.
I would love that. Yep.
And, but in any event, all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. DeVivo, for your testimony, and good luck to you, council.
Yes, Representative O'Day.
Yeah, thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
it looks like Senator Martin has the next question.
Can't see Senator
No,
Martin.
no questions. I just want
Proceed,
to,
Senator Martin.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to encourage that Mr. DeVito and the DOT can come to the table and get this thing resolved. This is something, as ranking member in the past 2 years previous to this year, that was brought to my attention. And I heard in today's some of today's comments that this has actually been going on for a while. So I agree with Representative O'Day that hopefully that this thing can get resolved very quickly here. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Martin, thank you for your comments. And Representative O'Day, I think you're correct. We need to maybe step in here and try to bring this thing together and bring a legitimate end to it because it's not doing anybody any good right now. Are there any other speakers from the legislature? Any questions? Seeing none? Phil, do you have the next speaker?
Yes, the next speaker is Sal Luciano. Sal, I have you in the room. If you could unmute, start your camera.
Good afternoon, Senator Cassano, Representative Lamar, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Sal Luciano, and I'm proud to serve as president of the Connecticut AFL, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing more than 220,000 members. Senate Bill 920 is an alarming attempt to return us to the shadowy rolling years in which the governor engaged in pay-to-play contracting and procurement, awarding lucrative state contracts to those who compensated him with expensive gifts, trips, and home improvements, and for his staff, gold coins and envelopes full of cash. Rowland repeatedly and systematically used the office for personal gain and was ultimately convicted of corruption charges and sent to prison. Following the Rowland scandal, the General Assembly took careful and deliberate steps to enact policies that injected transparency and oversight into state contracting and procurement protocols. A significant product of those efforts was to establish the State Contracting Standards Board, an independent executive branch agency charged with ensuring the effectiveness and integrity of the state contracting and procurement processes. In 2011, the General Assembly took the same cautious approach when authorizing public-private partnerships. They were intent on establishing limits and restrictions to ensure taxpayer dollars were spent appropriately and transparently. No one wanted to create a system that would invite corruption. Senate Bill 920 abolishes many of those carefully crafted protections. Among the safeguards removed is the limit of the number of public-private partnerships that can be authorized, the limit on the duration of the public-private partnership project. Current statutes limits the term of the agreement to 50 years. Under the Rell administration, we used to, in the service clauses, get 11 cents for every gallon. The state of Connecticut received 11 cents for every gallon sold. The 44-year deal was renegotiated with the Carlyle Group, and now we get 1 penny for every gallon of gas sold. And that's a 44-year project with a 4-year extension at the Carlyle Group's request. Legislation authorization for the kinds of project that can be considered. This would open it up to everything. And lastly, get rid of the oversight of the State Contracting Standards Board to verify that proposed public-private partnership cannot be completed in-house and is indeed cost-effective. Allowing agencies to bypass the State Contracting Standards Board is reckless and short-sighted. If public-private partnerships are such wonderful things for the state to embrace, they should easily be able to withstand all levels of scrutiny currently provided in statute. If we're stripping the post-Rowland protections to force through a circumspect prospect, that alone should tell us all we need to know. We implore the committee to preserve the thoughtful, diligent work you did to protect taxpayers' dollars since the Rowland scandal. Knowing our recent past, we must be vigilant to maintain systems that keep us from repeating it. We urge the committee to reject this bill. Thank you.
Sal, thank you for your testimony. Are there any members of the legislature who have questions? I see none. No questions.
Mr.
That
Chair, I'm
means
sorry about that.
testimony. Oh,
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank Sal, the chairman, for just reiterating some of the concerns we have with the SB 920, and always a pleasure to see you with us, Mr. Luciano. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you all for all the work you do.
thanks very much. Appreciate your testimony. Next speaker, Phil.
Next speaker should be in now. It's Joe. Joe Miano, can you hear us? Joe, if you can hear us, if you can unmute. If not, I'll have to move to the next person. The next person that I see is Joy Avalon from the Insurance Association. Joy, if you could hear us, if you could unmute and turn your camera on.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Representative Lamar, Senator Cassano, ranking members and members of the Transportation Committee. I'm Joy Avalon, General Counsel for the Insurance Association of Connecticut, a trade association for Connecticut's insurance industry. I want to thank you for the opportunity to express our support for Senate Bill 921 and actually offer additional language or additional proposal, which aims to further protect consumers from bad actors. By way of background, although the majority of tow and storage vendors in Connecticut do the right thing, there are unfortunately vendors that do not. Under current law, tows that are designated as non-consensual tows, most often tows resulting from motor vehicle accidents, are subject to certain protections aimed at shielding consumers from excessive and unnecessary charges. Under current law, the towing and storage rates, along with labor allowances for other needed activities, are reviewed and regulated by the state regularly. Consensual tows, however, are not subject to such scrutiny, so towers may charge more in connection with these tows than they would for non-consensual tows. Now, because of this, there are shops which, when called to the scene of an accident, will convince or coerce vehicle owners or drivers to sign a repair order or another document which will convert the non-consensual tow and subsequent storage to consensual. Oftentimes consumers are shaken from having just been involved in a motor vehicle accident. They're nervous. They're given a lengthy or an unfamiliar document, and they're under the misconception that their signature is required in order for the vehicle to be towed, when in fact no signature is required. The document that they sign often has the effect of converting the classification of tow or binding them to an agreement for storage or repair, the cost of which exceeds the cap for the non-consensual tows. So the conversion allows the towing vendor to charge towing and storage rates far above those set by the commissioner. Towers can also charge as they see fit, increased labor fees as well for the removal of hazardous material and such. Now, it's not uncommon for some shops to begin repairs on a vehicle, which in many cases is an obvious total loss. And frequently these repairs will include scans, which for example are just unnecessary. Also, when the insurer becomes involved, these shops will routinely delay our members' ability to inspect and or move the vehicle, and which further increases the storage charges. All of these things, obviously are reflected in rates, and that's really why we're most concerned. The NCOIL Model Act contains language that we believe is necessary. It prohibits towers from requiring an owner or operator of a vehicle to pre-authorize more than 24 hours of storage or repair work as a condition to providing towing services for the disabled vehicle. While the inclusion of this language would certainly help to provide some protection to consumers, we believe it would be much more helpful to include additional language which aims to prohibit a tow vendor or wrecker from requesting, as opposed to requiring, an accident victim or vehicle sign anything, either a consent to tow or repair order at the scene of an accident or within 24 hours of an accident. And just to be clear, our intent is obviously not to delay the repair of cars, not to increase storage. Obviously, that's what we're seeking to prevent. Really, and again, we're not alleging that all towers engage in these activities. We're really just trying to target those bad actors that are out there. So for these reasons, obviously, we encourage this committee to pass this bill and to include additional protections as well. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Oh. Senator Casano, you're muted.
Joy?
Hi, Senator.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. It's right on. Are there questions of our members of the legislature? Any questions? I can only see 5, so I'm looking at
Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Joy, for your testimony on judiciary and here in transportation.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, we're both jumping back and forth. Not a question, just I was looking for your testimony. Did you submitted your testimony?
Yeah, I did. I did get confirmation, but I can send it back.
Okay. I'll make sure I get it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Any other questions?
Senator Casano, hold on. For some reason, as a co-host, I can't raise my hand. I apologize for just interrupting. Ms. Avalon, I appreciate your testimony. I think you've heard the testimony earlier today that a number of the tow companies feel that we're putting a hold on their ability to begin work, or they're potentially at a loss. They'll tow a car or a vehicle for free back to their yard. Somebody won't pay. And I get the sense that these tow operators are probably the folks who we're not concerned about. Like, these are the operators who have great reputations. They've done great work. They're protective of their customers and not trying to exploit anybody. But you indicated that there are a few bad actors in the state who, in an earlier meeting, I think you discussed, would force someone to sign a repair process before they towed the car. Like, they'd meet somebody, they'd get them on the phone, or they would, try to tell them, look, we won't tow your car unless you agree to allow us to begin the repair process. There's like this few bad actors who may be causing the bulk of the problem here. And I wonder if you could just highlight what that example is again, because I have to retain what it was that we were most concerned about when we thought about this.
So, our concern is with primarily with people who are involved in motor vehicle accidents. Most of us aren't frequently involved in motor vehicle accidents. When that happens, we're in a state where we're maybe confused, nervous, just uncertain about what's going on. it's likely that because, we aren't involved in those situations often, that we're also unfamiliar with, the tow and storage laws in Connecticut. So there are occasions when towers will present to the scene. And again, we're talking about non-consensual tows at this point. So there are occasions when towers will come to the scene when they've been called, by the police, for instance. And the way that the documentation, and so at that point, number one, like there's no documentation that's really required because it's a non-consensual tow and the towers are there to tow the vehicle safely to their facility. When consumers or vehicle owners or accident victims, are presented with paperwork, obviously they're unfamiliar with the paperwork. Sometimes it's lengthy paperwork, and they're under the misconception that this paperwork is required in order for that vehicle to be towed, which isn't the case. Oftentimes, this paperwork has the effect of converting a non-consensual tow into a consensual tow, and then towers can charge whatever they want because consensual tows are not afforded the same protections and caps on fees that non-consensual tows are. So again, obviously, our intent is not to incur further delays or to increase storage time. That's obviously contrary to what we're seeking to achieve here. And we're obviously not opposed to consumers reaching out to individuals to seek that repairs be done. I don't know the precise language that would accomplish that goal, but again, we're really seeking to address instances where, involving bad actors, if you will, and we're not looking to hinder, the work of the towers, and obviously we respect the work that they do in the state. But we have heard complaints from many of our members, and this seems to be something that's very common, and that's why we felt the need to address it.
Thank you, Joy, for that. And thank you for helping me understand a little bit better how this process plays out. And having never experienced it myself, I can't say I would know firsthand what a difference between a consensual tow versus non-consensual tow in the moment after an accident. And so I think it's helpful to understand how this plays out on the ground. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Of course.
Other questions? Any other members of the legislature? Seeing none, Joy, thank you for your testimony. It's interesting that much of our legislation comes as a result of the so-called bad apple. It's sometimes 2, 3, 4, 6%, but it brings about legislation because it's the only way to stop people from being misled or whatever it might be. And every year we're going to get a few bills like this because of the few legislation is needed to protect everyone. And so I'm glad you brought testimony forward, and we will pursue this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Phil, our next speaker.
Yes, so it looks like Jim Jinks has joined us. Mr. Jinks, if you're able to hear us, if you could unmute and start your camera.
How's that? You guys see me now?
70 years, and someone residing on Highwood Road in Westport, 89 years.
Hold on, it seems Senator Abrams. Jim, could you speak again?
Yep. You guys hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you to Chairman Lamar and Vice Chair Cusano, Vice Chair Sims, ranking members, and a special thank you to State Representative Leslie Zupkis, who's championing this bill, and also to the rest of the Cheshire Legislative Delegation for supporting safer streets here in Cheshire. My name is Jim Jinks. I serve on the Cheshire Town Council. I'm also on the Bike Walk CT board, and I'm the executive director of Bike Cheshire, which is a community nonprofit in Cheshire dedicated to making biking and walking safer and more accessible in our community and beyond. Broadly speaking, we are in favor of measures that make our communities and streets safer for recreation and active transportation. As such, we strongly support the provision of Raised Bill 6487 that would designate a portion of 68 and 70 in the town of Cheshire as a bikeway. So I'm here to testify on 6487 in particular, but before I start, I just wanted to say that Bike Cheshire is also in favor of proposed bill 5724 having to do with the sidewalks, and also in favor of amending HB 6485 having to do with the electric vehicle bill to include purchase of e-bikes. E-bikes are a game changer, and they'll go a long way toward improving the effectiveness and efficiency of our entire transportation system. So, but back to the proposed bill 6487. and the designation of a bikeway in Cheshire. So before going on about specifics for all the legislators that may be wondering or saying to themselves, I don't represent Cheshire, so does it, what does this have to do with my constituents? There is a larger principle at play here, and I'll address that toward the end of my testimony. Route 68 and 70 is actually already identified as a bike route on the state active transportation plan. Though it is identified on paper as a bike route, currently there isn't any signage or bike infrastructure of any kind that would improve safety and encourage more travel by bike on this route. This is a significant problem and opportunity now, and especially in the near future in Cheshire. Route 6870 it's a primary route for car and truck traffic going east and west through Cheshire. Much of the route is a 2-lane state highway with speed limit of 45 miles per hour. Traffic is often slow moving during the morning and evening rush, but at higher speed and more dangerous during off-peak times. Signage including share the road, 3 feet it's the law, and bike markings, travel lane narrowing, and protected bike lanes where feasible would provide traffic calming and encourage more bike riding for transportation through this busy travel corridor. One section of Route 6870 is an area where our community and town leaders are particularly interested in improving safety and accessibility by bike and on foot. The West Main Street Commercial District runs from about Warren Street on the east side to Ives Row on the west side. It's about a third of a mile of modest commercial properties that are largely close to the street with a very limited parking. The neighborhood is home to several restaurants, an upscale salon, a guitar shop, and several other businesses. The Farmington Canal Heritage Trail also travels north-south through the heart of the neighborhood. But the real gem of the district when it's complete over the next decade will be the Ball and Socket Arts Building. Ball and Socket is a 65,000 square foot former manufacturing facility that's being redeveloped into a complex of art galleries, performance spaces, small retail, and restaurants. The Ball and Socket property will be a gathering place for the town of Cheshire, as well as a destination for visitors from throughout the region and the state. Ball and Socket Arts will significantly increase the traffic flow and foot traffic in the West Main Street Commercial District. A designated bike route with signage and other safety features running through the district would encourage more bike riding by local residents and encourage Canal Trail riders to exit the trail, explore Cheshire, and patronize local small businesses. But making Route 6870 a safe bike route isn't a nice to have situation necessarily. We're not asking for this designation as some additional consideration from the CTDOT simply to achieve an amenity or simply to satisfy the desire by some that there be less cars on the road and more people biking. What we're saying is that this bikeway designation is an important, perhaps critical step toward making a key commercial area and travel corridor in our community to continue to work and support growth long term. For one thing, parking is already in short supply, and as the Ball and Socket Arts Building comes online, parking availability will be even scarcer.
I hate to cut you off, but you're right about at the time limit. If you kind of summarize, and we can move to some
Yep,
questions.
I'll try and finish this up quickly. Adding parking is perhaps inevitable, but our community's vision for the district is to maintain the smaller locally owned businesses and a village or town center aesthetic that isn't dominated by infrastructure for motorized vehicles. So the more people can access the district by foot or on a bike, the more successful the street will be in commercial and quality of life terms well into the future. So to the larger principle I referred to, it goes well beyond this particular street in Cheshire. As the owner of the road through this district, the state has the responsibility to operate a roadway that best suits the needs of the local community. I'm not suggesting that the state DOT isn't already sensitive to this need, but it is a case that car and truck travel is almost always given the priority in terms of looking at safety and efficiency of a roadway. In this case and others around the state, a one-size-fits-all approach isn't what's best in terms of safety for all users and the local economy. So the designation of Route 6870 in Cheshire as a bikeway can be a pilot program or test case for aligning the design of state routes with local conditions and needs. Bike Cheshire supports Raise Bill 6487, and we ask for all the committee members to vote in favor of voting this bill out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions of any members of the
Sure thing.
Questions of any members? Seeing none?
I do, Senator. My hand's raised.
I can only see 6 of the members here, so I can't tell who's raising their hand. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's Representative Zupkis. And Jim, I want to thank you for coming up today. You make all valid points. This is a very important piece of legislation that will help us in Cheshire because there are many bikers in Cheshire, not just on the trail, but all over. So thank you for coming up and testifying. I appreciate it.
Sure thing. Thank you again.
Thank you, Representative Zupkis. Are there any others, members of the legislature, who would like to speak or ask questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Phil, the next speaker, please.
I believe the next speaker is Mr. Sal Sena. Sal, if you can hear us, if you could unmute and turn on your camera.
There you go. Can you see me?
Yeah.
Good.
Sal, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Casano, Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representatives Carney, and distinguished members of the Transportation Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you testimony in strong opposition of Senate Bill 921. It's an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition to vehicle towing. This bill appears to be an attempt by the insurance industry to get around the anti-steering law, which permits consumers to freely choose a vehicle repair shop of their preference. My name's Sal Sena. I'm the president of the Towing and Recovery Professionals of Connecticut, also known as the TRPC. We are composed of nearly 200 towing professionals who are licensed dealers or repair shops. The small businesses are trying to improve the quality of life of our state by keeping our roadways open when accidents, weather, and other events close them. This service is our members provides ensures safe motoring conditions for the public and allows traffic to keep moving with at least the least amount of delay. Senate Bill 921 severely limits towing companies from contracting for repairs of customer vehicles unless the tow company is willing to forfeit storage charges, and the vehicle should remain on the towing lot and the property for more than 24 hours.
Sorry.
When the vehicle is at the tower's location and the owner of the business contract for repairs with the vehicle owners, it's a consensual event. SB 921 appears to have created so that the insurance companies can directly steer the repairs to one of their own repair shops. This is totally in direct violation of Connecticut General Statute 38A-354, but it attempts to introduce control of consumers' rights to freely choose and repair of the repair shops of their choice. For this reason, the towing industry is against the passing of this proposal. I will gladly answer any questions.
I got a recording live and on YouTube on the phone. Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions?
I believe Representative O'Day has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Did you hear the testimony by Ms. Joy Avalone?
I did.
Do you agree with her that there are some situations where people getting towed or locked into a contract that they didn't necessarily agree to or realize they were signing? Or do you think that just doesn't happen?
To say it doesn't happen would be naive on anybody's part. I think what they're trying to do, a lot of people in their motor vehicle accidents, they're towed off the scene, that a driver goes above and beyond his way to help them get their stuff together, get themselves going. And you feel comfortable with the person. You got a one-on-one interaction. He helps you. You're able to talk to the person and explain to them what the situation, how the process works. Like I said, it's a face-to-face time. People either like you or don't. You understand where I'm talking. So you create a bond sometimes. People, hey, you know what? What do you think? You fix my car? Yeah, no problem. We can take care of it. This is what's going to, and you sign a work order with you. No one's forced into it. No one pushes you into it. The police call you to tow the car off the highway, regardless if there's a contract signed or not. They call you to tow the vehicle so that commerce can move, so people could get the traffic flow. So at that time, the insurance companies will call up and say, hey, listen, we want to move the car to our repair shop. They do it the cars aren't even in our property yet, Representative O'Day, and they're trying to move them already. People are like, wait a minute, I just had to talk to the shop, want them to fix it. Well, if you come to ours and they push, and it's again against Connecticut General Statutes that we've passed, so they can't steer the work. So they're trying to take that ability for our industry to sell work and fix people's cars. So no, I totally disagree with the way it was portrayed that this is happening like a regular basis. It's not the case.
So how would you address that situation? How can we as a legislature get the bad apples, as been brought up, I think by a good chair. How do we address the tower who may have them sign a contract when at a time where they're not at their 100%?
That's why we have motor vehicle. That's the DMV. That's why we have DMV. When you do something wrong, motor vehicles comes knocking on your door. You know,
Okay.
I shop personally. If someone's in an accident and we deal with the person, you know, want to fix it, right on top of our paperwork, it says you are not required to fill out this paperwork unless you want the vehicle repaired at our facility. It says in bold letters right across the top. So there's never confusion. I've been in business 23 years, 7 locations. It's not a practice that, as is being portrayed, as an everyday event. It's not the case. You know, every race, religion, and creed, you got your good and bad. Every profession, this industry is trying to make it harder for shops that don't do this proper practice like that to have their hands tied.
So if somebody agrees with you, say the night of an accident, and then the next day they wake up and they remember they got a brother-in-law who's in the business, and they say, "Listen, you know, I got Sal, I got a family member who's going to fix the car for me." Would you let them out of that contract? What are the terms of the deal?
Yeah, that happens not every day, but on the occasion. We had a gentleman that was at our shop about a month ago. He came in, he was rear-ended, wanted us to fix the car. He comes down, he goes, "You know something? I totally forgot my son-in-law." I said, "No problem." He goes, "Do you mind?" Not a problem. Word of mouth is the best and worst advertising going. We all know that already. So, yeah.
All right. So your position is there's really no problem with the current situation insofar as anybody has got a complaint, they can go to DMV and DMV can address the bad apples.
Correct. That's what they do.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative O'Day. Other questions? Any other members of the legislature? Seeing none. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to the next speaker. Phil?
The next speaker is Kate Rosen. Kate, if you can hear us, if you could unmute and begin.
Thank you. Thank you, co-chairs and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 6485. In 2019, I purchased an electric cargo bike with the intention of reducing my car reliance, in particular for my work commute from Woodbridge into New Haven. My e-bike cost $1,500. This is the average price point for an electric bicycle, and I financed my purchase into a year of reasonable monthly payments. The average cost of a new electric vehicle is $36,000, which places it beyond what many low to moderate income households can afford. I tracked my bike commuting last year using the CT Rides app, and it was 942 miles not driven in a car, $542 and 42 gallons of gasoline saved, and most importantly, 842 pounds of emissions prevented, all on a Humble bicycle, riding on the same roads that cars use. Charles Rothenberger of Save the Sound testified earlier that he didn't believe people would avail themselves to a switch to an e-bike instead of a car. And so I want to just say hi, we exist and we're here. Air pollution is a leading cause of asthma in children. In 2019, the cities of Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, and Waterbury had a combined total of 7,720 hospitalizations and emergency room visits due to asthma at the cost of $42 million. In 2018, those 4 cities saw 8,589 hospitalizations and emergency room visits at a cost of $43 million. The goals of the Cheaper program are to help Connecticut meet its air and energy goals. I don't believe that we can achieve those goals by excluding the electric bicycle. The cost to leave out a whole mode of electric transportation is way too high for city residents suffering from the pollution of our car-centric world. The electric bicycle should be held up as commiserate to the electric vehicle in our climate and health toolkit, particularly because of its lower cost of entry. I asked this committee to work towards clearly defining e-bikes as vehicles under Connecticut state law and require Connecticut DEP and the Cheaper Board to run a pilot program offering incentives for e-bikes and e-mopeds specifically focused on low to middle income households to ensure an equitable electric vehicle future. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for your testimony. And that's incredible savings when you start. If you ever multiply that, it's worth looking at. Are there any questions from members of the legislature?
Representative Lamar has a question.
Chairman Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kate, for your testimony today and for your testimony a few weeks ago as well. I think you provide the perfect example of what we should be looking at with this program. It was just a few years ago when we worked hard to resurrect the program and provide stable funding for it. And it was, I feel, incumbent upon us at that time to continue to reevaluate the program to make sure it's keeping up with new technology and new trends. And that's, I think, the goal of this study. And I think you've outlined exactly why we need it. I looked at what California's done with a similar program where they've targeted investments in very specific zip codes, even where they've increased rebates if you live in a zone where there's higher rates of asthma or there's lack of publicly available transportation. They've looked at socioeconomic levels in certain zip codes and said, like, this is where we really need to target this program to make sure we're maximizing its effectiveness. And to me, like, you're the perfect example of that. Like, you know, we could target someone who would otherwise be driving a vehicle into downtown New Haven every day and generating, I mean, I don't want to begrudge anyone who's driving to New Haven every day, but you'd be generating additional carbon pollutions, particulate matter pollutions, but instead you're not. And if we could make an investment in another 500 people with this program to get them off the roads, out of their vehicles and into a clean energy vehicle, I think that's the key. And I appreciate your testimony because I think that was what I had in mind when we started this program a few years ago. And I'm hoping we can get there with it. So thank you again.
Thank you, Chairman. Questions? Any other members of the legislature? Seeing none? Thank you for your testimony and your commitment. Truly appreciated. Phil, the next speaker.
Our next speaker is Amy McLean. Amy, if you can hear us, if you could unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Amy McLean. I thank you for having me, Honorable Chairperson Lamar, Vice Chairs Cassano and Sims, Ranking Members Carney and Summers, and all of your committee members who are really hanging in there in this weird time where we have to listen via virtual. So appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, Acadia Center, we are a clean energy nonprofit that's regional. And we work with, we are advocates for equity, clean energy future for Connecticut, tackling regulatory and legislative energy policy, transportation, energy efficiency, beneficial electrification, utility innovation, and renewable energy. And so in that vein, we are here to support the HB 6485, the act concerning the cheaper study. We actually, Acadia Center, support this, and as a new member of the newly formed Cheaper Board, Acadia Center, myself, is in a unique position to understand the importance and the need for the program to be made accessible to all the residents of Connecticut. The board recently approved new funding levels, as you heard from Barry and you heard from Charles, with the framework that improves the equity elements of the rebates, this is the step in the right direction, and it needs to be studied and monitored to ensure that the new funding levels will be successful and adequate moving forward. This is the reason Acadia Center you're urging the decision makers of this body to approve this legislation. The language is very clear in this legislation. I won't read it to you, you have it, but it's very clear. It says what it wants, says what it means. So you heard Barry earlier tracking the performance and the lack thereof of tracking the performance. And that's the only way this program or any program can be moved into a successful future. There is a concern that the past 2 years, the program has been underperforming. We heard Barry talk about that, and we are concerned. The members of the board consist of lots of different stakeholders, and we are working really hard to try to make sure that all of the arguments, all of the give and the take are coming to bear so that we can continue to raise this program up and get more people into electric vehicles. I'm really happy to go after the last speaker because Cadia Center also supports e-bike rebates. In Massachusetts, there's a bill right now that we are supportive of. And we've had this debate. Charles is a good friend. We've had this debate and we will continue to have it, but maybe it's not this fun, but we need to incentivize e-bikes. And right now in Massachusetts, there's they're expanding the EV rebate to include $500 rebate for e-bikes. And we are supportive of that because the access to these clean energy and clean modes of transportation isn't reaching all parties. So we need to do what we need to do. So I'm just here to say, let's be brave. Let's do things that might be a little out of the box. Maybe that wasn't the original intent of some, but EVs are not accessible to all. So I think we need to do that and do it well. I just want to also say that I purchased an e-bike last July. And I stopped driving my car. And it was because, first of all, I didn't have to commute anymore, but I was commuting around where I needed to go. I got bags and I put it on the back. I went to the grocery store on it. And I didn't track mine through the transportation DOT, but I tracked mine through some other tracking device. I went everywhere on it. And it was really a breath. It was just a revelation. So it's not something that the cargo bikes are very, they're utilitarian. They're not it's not a toy.
Amy, I hate to interrupt you, but we're right about at your time limit. Just so if you can summarize and we'll take questions.
Thanks.
We've already had.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your enthusiasm is why you went long. I fully understand that. Representative Steinberg, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Amy, good to see you and thank you for testifying today. We're pleased you're supportive of this legislation. Now that you serve on the board itself and you have a broad perspective on the opportunity that Cheaper represents, beyond even the e-bikes, are there other things we should be talking about to broaden access to electric vehicles of any sort, particularly for those in the inner cities and lower income?
Well, part of the changes that have been made are to expand rebates into used electric vehicles, which was really necessary. It's still going to be a bit of a reach for many. So I think the e-bikes, I think Charles had some really very concrete ideas. And I think that the EV Coalition folks like Barry and others, this is their passion and they have really good ideas. So I think it's a process. And if we can just use this study as a way to identify these other innovative ways to get more people to have the ability to have it, I think that would be a good first step.
Thank you for that. I missed Charles's testimony.
I think he submitted it.
Yeah, I was on a public health hearing, so I will look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Any other members of the legislature? Seeing none, Amy, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Phil, our next speaker.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Tony Shirolis. Am I the next speaker?
Phil, you are muted, so anything you were
Hello,
telling us.
can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Yes, I believe we have Joe Miano, followed by Tony Anthony Shirolis and Lawrence Fox in the room. Joe, if you can hear us, if you could unmute.
I'm here. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can go right ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Representative Lamar, Senator Casano, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, the distinguished members of the Transportation Committees, and my hometown representative from the great town of Weathersfield, Representative Amy Morin-Bello. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you today in opposition to SB 921, an act prohibiting certain vehicle storage agreements as a precondition of vehicle towing. My name is Giuseppe Miano. I am a resident of Weathersfield and an owner of an automotive and towing business in the city of Hartford. I am also the past president, past treasurer, and current board member of the Towing and Recovery Professionals of Connecticut, as well as member of the Auto Body Association of Connecticut. Together, these two associations represent hundreds of small local businesses in every town in this state. The towing and recovery industry works every day, night, weekend, holidays, 24/7, regardless of the weather conditions, to keep our roads open and safe for the traveling public, as well as commerce. Together, these two associations strongly oppose Senate Bill 921. Don't be fooled by the Insurance Association of Connecticut and their member companies. This bill does more than prohibit the owners of towing and repair businesses to not contract for more than 24 hours of storage. The sole reason for asking for the introduction of this bill is to get around Connecticut's consumer protection laws that stop insurance companies from steering repair work to their preferred providers. Connecticut General Statutes 38A-354 and 14-65F as in Frank. The anti-steering laws are there to protect the public and give them the ability to freely choose the automotive repair location of their choice. Also, the bill seeks to limit the storage fees that insurance companies would pay to 24 hours when oftentimes vehicles require a longer period of time to properly repair the vehicle. Many of these repairs cannot be completed within 24 hours. If this bill were to pass, the owner of the repair shop would not only be able to recover their storage fees from the insurance companies or from their insured's damaged vehicle. Frankly, the insured, your constituents, pay their monthly premiums to the insurance company for their monthly premiums to the insurance companies for their exact circumstances when they are unfortunately need to store their vehicles after an accident. Under this bill, that would be excluded expense from their policy, and the consumer would have to pay for storage fee directly, not the insurance company. If passed, this bill would cause serious financial harm to consumers involved in an accident and local small businesses because insurance companies within that first 24 hours will steer jobs away from our local shops and to their direct repair facilities. And the consumer would be required to pay additional storage fees. These direct repair facilities put insurance company profits over the safety and quality of the repair. Also, I wanted to emphasize that this legislation does not address the bad actors, but it permits insurance companies to steer consumers away from legitimate agreements. This anti-steering, anti-consumer, excuse me, this legislation is anti-tower, anti-consumer, and only benefits the insurance companies. Let's face it. Contracts is basically, it's a guarantee to repair the vehicle. It's an authorization to repair. Everything in a repair contract, I know Representative O'Day was talking to South Side of the President there about that. Everything in the repair contract is nothing new. It's nothing that any body shop, any towing place put in there to try to trick anybody. It's everything that comes out of the regulations from the Department of Motor Vehicles. So if you look in the regulations at the department, everything that's on a repair contract is in the Department of Motor Vehicles in their regulations. So it's nothing that we circumvented. It's there. We're not trying to hide anything. And no one is forced to sign anything. You come into a shop, you get your car towed. Obviously, you can't sign on the side of the highway in lieu of not paying your tow bill. So the car has to go back to the shop. The tow is finished there, and then you sign for a repair contract to get your car repaired. But no one, absolutely no one forces you to do that. I ask you to reject this attempt by the Insurance Association of Connecticut and their member companies and support consumers and hundreds of small businesses. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Joe. Are there questions of any members of the legislature? Phil, I don't see any. Do you have any, Phil?
No, I do not see any hands raised at this time.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, Joe. Well appreciated.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And the next speaker I have is Lawrence Fox. Lawrence, I see you in the room. If you could unmute and give us a wave.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you so
Welcome,
much.
Lawrence.
Hi, thank you, Chair Lamar, Vice Chair Casano, Vice Chair Sims, ranking members, Carney, Summers, and members of the committee. My name's Lawrence Fox, and I currently chair the State Contracting Standards Board, and I'm testifying today in opposition to raised Bill 920, an act concerning public-private partnerships. And I know you've heard, I've been on since the beginning of the hearing, and there's been a lot of testimony on this. And I've submitted some testimony. I just would like to make a few comments. I am concerned that the way this bill is currently being proposed, it eliminates very important accountability and transparency for these public-private partnerships. It's worth noting that the current bill, which has been around, I believe, since 2011, the Contracting Standards Board has never received one request under that bill for a public-private partnership. The elimination of the scrutiny that's provided by Section 4E16, I think, is potentially very problematic. I wish I could report that our experience on the board is that Connecticut is world-class when it comes to its contracting and its procurement, but we are not close to that, as you know. And we've uncovered at the board a number of issues in contracting and procurement. Connecticut has a very decentralized procurement system. Now you have departments like the Department of Transportation, which has a very sophisticated contracting and procurement operation. But then you have every single agency doesn't have the kinds of resources they have. And we have uncovered issues in quasi-publics. I know that the Transportation Committee has heard a lot of issues with the Connecticut Port Authority. I think it is very, very concerning. The opening up of what was a very specific kind of definition of what projects might be eligible for public-private partnerships. In this proposal, it's open to every single agency. Most of the agencies of the state don't even have full-time procurement people, and even the operating agencies that do run into a number of problems. I think that it threatens even more transparency and accountability, which will come back to haunt us. I'll stop there and take any questions. You have my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions of any members of the legislature? Bill, you see any?
Senator, I see no questions.
I see no questions. Thank you for your testimony. It's very helpful.
Thank
Appreciate you coming forward.
And our next speaker should be Anthony Shirolas. Anthony, if you can hear us, if you could turn your camera on.
Yep.
We got it.
Wonderful. We can hear you and see you, so you can begin when you're ready.
All right. Thank you very much. And thanks to the Transportation Committee and the Transportation Committee chairs. I wanted to touch base on a couple of items today. The first being, I'm really excited to see the Cheshire Bikeway as a proposed bill that's an important connection for the state and the larger Northeast region. Beyond that, the other item I wanted to speak to was the proposed bill 6485. That has to do with the equity study on the CT Cheaper EV rebate program. I am also a member, board member of CT Cheaper. Interestingly, I don't have a car and run a bike shop. So we come at this from an entirely different perspective as well. I live in a low-income community and neighborhood in Hartford, where the median household income is less than $30,000 a year, getting pretty close to the average cost of an EV. So we appreciate that the Connecticut Cheaper Board and program has expanded to include LMI, low and moderate income incentives, as well as used EV incentives for low to moderate income interested parties in electric vehicles and clean transportation. But the reality is that low income households don't have access to electric vehicle incentives, even with those LMI. They really should be called moderate income incentives. They don't reach low income households. So I do think it's important for the legislature to clarify that a bicycle is in fact a vehicle by state law. The argument was made while the CT Cheaper Board was evaluating the possibility of a pilot project for e-bike incentives that the CT Cheaper Board could not, because a bicycle is not considered a vehicle, and therefore an electric bicycle is not considered a battery electric vehicle. And it sort of blew my mind as a lead cycling instructor that teaches that a bicycle in most cases should be treated like a vehicle and when used on local and state roadways. The other item I wanted to bring up, aside from the definition of a vehicle and the interest in pilot e-bike program, potentially with the CT Cheaper funds. If not that, in other states, it's been done with things like the Connecticut Green Bank funding. There are multiple ways to go about this. We need to be innovative and address the mobility, clean mobility needs and jobs access needs of low-income households as well. The Cash for Clunkers program, the transit aspect of the Cash for Clunkers program, as well as the e-bike and e-motorcycle aspects in California are very interesting and already in place and targeted to address low-income households and clean transportation. And the last point I wanted to make before I closed and gave a final thank you was that it's concerning to me that we have so many boards and commissions that don't have persons of color represented. I think there's an opportunity for the legislature to make that a requirement, not just the study, but that there are diverse representation on these boards and commissions, because the definition of the board sets who is on the board. So it might make sense to add a position or two on this board and others that is designated by the Black and Puerto Rican caucus. Because right now, I don't think there are any persons of color on the Cheaper board. And I'm just taking a guess, but I'm probably the lowest income member, and I'm a pretty old white guy. So that's what I've got on Cheaper. I think it's a great program. I would like to see it funded to the level that it would actually meet its goals. We are at $3 million a year, and that's $15 million over 5 years. I think the need to meet the 2025 regional goals for the multi-state agreement for electric vehicles is closer to $80 to $100 million. So $3 million a year into the Cheaper fund doesn't get us there, with about half of EVs getting a rebate and having significant influence on whether or not a person purchases an EV. So that's what I got. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Very interesting. Questions? Committee members? Chairman Lamar? No? Okay, I thought you were. Do I see any questions out there?
I do not see any
Phil,
questions.
any? Did I miss the? All right. Thank you for your testimony. Very informative. We will clearly look at this. Next speaker.
And the next speaker I have is Jeff Iosa. Jeff, if you could unmute and turn your camera on.
Good afternoon. Chairman Lamar and Casano, ranking members Summers and Carney, and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Jeff Iosa. I serve as the legislative chair of the Connecticut Automotive Retail Association, also known as CARA, which represents 270 new car dealers and their 14,000 employees. I'm also the president and owner of Carriage House Mercedes-Benz of New London, and I'm also the director of the National Automobile Dealers Association, also known as NADA. I'm here today to testify in support of House Bill 6485, an act concerning the Connecticut Hydrogen and Electric Automobile Purchase Rebate, also known as CHEAPER. CARA has been proudly partnered with the CHEAPER program since the inception in 2015. CARA has assisted the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, DEEP, in creating the CHEAPER program, a program which incentivizes car buyers to go electric by offering rebates for purchase or lease of eligible battery electric, plug-in hybrid electric, or fuel cell electric vehicles. CARA works closely with DEEP to provide updates to dealerships and to facilitate trainings for the program, and Connecticut dealers promote the program for the car buying public. CHEAPER has been successful over the years because it's modeled on the time-proven franchise system designed to sell vehicles at the local level. The CHEAPER program is currently in transition, and we are excited to see the program grow. Soon the program will expand to include electric vehicles, used electric vehicles, and enhanced rebates, which will be available for those who are low to moderate wage earners. House Bill 6485 requires the CHEAPER board to analyze ways to ensure the equitable distribution of grants to residents buying electric vehicles in Connecticut. This is so important because the only way we will see more electric cars on the road is to make sure these cars are available to the broader market. Connecticut new car dealers are committed to selling electric, and we look forward to continuing the partnership with DEEP and the CHEAPER program. We urge you to pass HB 6485. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Iosa. Are there questions of the committee? Any members of the committee? Phil, do you see any?
I do not see any hands raised at this time, Senator.
All right. Jeff, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
You're
you
welcome.
coming forward.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers?
Yes, our final speaker is Ed Valenti. Ed, if you can hear us, if you can turn your camera on and unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Senator Casano, Representative Lamar, Senator Summers, Representative Carney, and members of the committee. My name is Ed Valenti. I'm the General Chairman of the Association of Commuter Rail Employees, Local Division 1, ACRE for short. We represent approximately 2,000 workers at Metro-North Railroad. I'd like to offer comments in support of Bill 576, an act concerning the expansion of passenger rail service on the Waterbury branch of the Metro-North Commuter Railroad. I've watched a lot of the testimony today, and I've seen a lot of good points and pretty much all of my thoughts on this subject, but I'll give my testimony in support as well. We stand in strong support of this legislation. This legislation will help expand passenger rail service on the Waterbury branch of the MTA Metro-North Commuter Railroad by increasing the number and frequency of trains running and by adding stops in Derby, Seymour, and Ansonia. Many of our members work on this line, and they can tell you firsthand that there is a great demand for its service. A prime example of the current demand is ridership levels on the Waterbury line in 2020 during the pandemic outperformed all other train lines in Connecticut at close to 43% of 2019 ridership levels. Simply stated, people rely on the service. A popular phrase fits here. It was used before, but I'll use it again. If you build it, they will come. Improving and expanding this line will improve Connecticut's economy and take the stress off of our highway system. Our members reported for work during the pandemic each and every day, even though they knew there could be the danger of transmission of COVID-19. A number of MTA employees were infected with the virus, and sadly, a number passed away because of it. Closing down the rail system was never an option, as it would have dramatically affected essential services in our economy in a negative way. With interest rates low and a possible stimulus and infrastructure bill coming from Washington, now is the time to plan for the improvements needed for the Waterbury line, with additional stops created in the Naugatuck Valley. This legislation is vital to the region and the state. Thank you for the opportunity to submit this testimony.
Thank you, Ed. Any questions for any members of the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony. Many have joined you. It makes a lot of sense to move forward, and we will hear that in committee. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Senator.
Phil, do you see any other speakers?
No, Senator, I do not see any speakers at this time.
All right, I'm going to turn it back to Chairman Lamar. Any closing comments, words of advice, direction, meetings, whatever?
This concludes the third of our 4 public hearings. In your inbox, you should see an agenda for next week's public hearing that we will have on next Wednesday. That should conclude the bulk of our public hearing processes, and we'll go through the next few weeks with screening and talking to members about their bills and trying to get a final product for a final JF day activities. That being said, we do have to continue the committee meeting we started earlier this morning. I think we're about to vote in unanimous support of all of those bills pretty quickly. So I will, if the clerk could send out the link back to that committee meeting, we can join everyone back over there as soon as we conclude here. Thanks.
Just quickly, Mr. Chairman, earlier you had mentioned that you might give members a 15 or 20-minute window before restarting the recess committee meeting. Is that still the plan?
Yes, I want to make sure everyone gets an opportunity to get the email, know where they're going to rejoin us, and have an opportunity to get in. So I think we want to reconvene at 4:20 p.m. Does that make sense, Senator Pisano? Yeah.
That sounds good.
Representative Carney,
We in recess until 4:20, or are we? No, we're out of the hearing. We'll convene.
Yeah, we'll close the public hearing and then we'll reconvene the committee meeting at 4:20 at the link provided in the CGA email inbox.
All right. All right. The public hearing is closed.
Thank you.
See you in 20 minutes.
See you soon.
Thank you all.